Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, how's everybody doing? Now, for the few people in here that were not on Discord earlier, you may be asking yourself, why Mango? Pon, how you doing? And here, you know what? I'm actually gonna do this. I mean, the thing is, it is an epic story, so I should probably just go for it and tell you guys, like, what's up with this, because we should probably discuss. Why Mango? There is something behind this. Although, I have to say, Bandit came in with the best response. I'm just saying this. Like, I'm not going to ruin it, because we're going to go through this real quick. This took place in the general chat of the Discord, which usually I wouldn't do something like this, but this was too brilliant not to bring up. All right, so this is per Kirk. I guess he is on a trip, so he said, I was outside the Atlanta airport smoking a cigarette when a random guy came up to me with my old lady. He was shirtless, carrying an old, ripped backpack, clearly homeless, and probably influenced by drugs and alcohol. He looked at us and asked, "Why Mango?" Like, his curiosity was genuine. That moment stuck with me. I started wondering if he was the product of a broken system or some kind of modern-day philosopher, cursed to keep asking questions no one can answer. Why Mango? Sounds like a random, weird question, but it actually says a lot about how we think. It's short, kind of broken, but still feels like we're asking something important. Why do we choose what we choose? Why that fruit? I loved that. Why anything? Sometimes people ask strange questions that make no sense, but they hit something real. Like, how our choices often don't have a deep reason, we just make them. Which, again, dude, like, we got modern day Socrates over here. God, one of the only jokes that I will continue, because, yeah, why the hell not? By the way, like, straight up, my teachers, like, whether it be philosophy or, history, they hated that. It can also be how we... I'm going to restart that. It can also show how we give meaning to things. Sorry, I completely lost my spot. Even if they don't really have any. Maybe the guy who said it was just being strange, or maybe he slipped into something deep, or maybe he let something deeper slip out without letting him know. Either way, why Mango sticks in your head because it makes you think, even though we don't know why. So I'll ask everyone with Pep Talks, why Mango? That was a gem. Number one, love me a good story of a random encounter, but also, the little bit of philosophy there. I did appreciate it, whether or not you think I'm joking. I actually kind of see where he's going with that. You hated philosophy? No, I didn't hate philosophy. I just, it was one of those, I'd rather get the Bill and Ted joke in, even though it was completely overplayed. I think that was more it, because my history teacher that, like, really hated it, he liked Bill and Ted, but he just should have said, it's like, dude, the joke's dead. Just leave it alone. It's like, then I would have, but. So yes, guys, we ask why Mango, but I have to say, Bandit, Mitesh, You came in with the best one, because banana. And that right there was probably one of the bigger laughs that I've had in a while, so I really appreciated that. You actually kind of brought me out of a funk with that one, so I also kind of wanted to just say thank you for that, guys. But yeah. Hope that explains why the mango, or why mango in general. I almost typed in why mangoes, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. It's not as good. Which I wish Kirk was here right now to answer. Was he just a like? What do you think? What is your take? You didn't really give it. Also, okay, free thinker, because Charlie Martini, mango, and Ruben Strain. Choo choo. What up? I feel like I stole that from somewhere. It sounded familiar when I thought of it. Well, okay, even if you like technically stole it, like as for an answer, well, yeah, isn't it knock knock banana? Like, you're not really stealing it, especially if it's from something like a knock knock joke. No, you're just applying it where it should. Like, no, that's a. You know what? No, be proud of yourself. It's very fair. Not stealing. Totally cool. But anyway, now that we're done with the why mango segment, I knew it was a risk to start with it, but who cares? Anyway, I had to take the day off yesterday. Not sure if you guys noticed. Had some life stuff happen. Rather not go into it. It was really just a shitty day, and all I have to say is, if you are a contractor that is a good person, yeah, just why aren't you near me? Oh god. Miss Alice, yo, hey, we're getting close to that local 420 for you. Mangoes can roam, other fruits can only dream. Because the mangoes. God damn it. Well, I hope that guy that was here for dad jokes the other day, like, comes in for this segment, because oh boy. Anyway, guys, like I was saying, I kind of had to miss yesterday. Kind of sucked, but and like I was saying, contractors, just I'm gonna give you a general idea of what's going on, because holy shit, it's the worst. And then on top of that, I was kind of just like, there isn't a lot of news. Like, it was kind of one of those rare times where I didn't look at any of the news and just go, I absolutely have to cover that right now. So that was kind of cool. Because I felt like the Sam Cedar Ezra Klein thing, I could just kind of put on the back burner, because I didn't watch it. I haven't watched the Majority Report in 2 days, which bad for the gig, but great for my brain. Kind of just like going on a little news hiatus the last 2 days was maybe what I needed. I think, like, subconsciously it was just like, hey man, you need to chill, because I think Sylvie said it in chat the other day, where like she was feeling straight up like burnout with it, and I kind of felt that, man. And then I also I kind of recognized that I hadn't taken a break from like the news or any of it for a long time, because even on the weekends, guys, like, I'm still essentially doing prep for the show, just looking for things to talk about, news to cover. Also feeling like if I need to go live, because the India-Pakistan thing was one of those situations where I was ready. I was ready to cancel all my weekend plans just to be like, oh, I guess I'm going live, guys. Sorry. But then they came out with the ceasefire, and I was like, all right. I guess I can relax, which is good. But, a few things on the agenda. I am definitely covering the Noah Samsen. Can I call it drama? I think it's drama. Although, from Noah's point of view, it's a little bit more serious than drama. But yeah, there's the Ethan Klein is suing Noah Samsen. If you don't know who Noah Samsen is, he is a video essayist who he used to cover like silly bread tube drama and just like make long form videos on that, and then he actually pivoted to doing like longer breakdowns about what's going on in Gaza And I gotta say, man, like, the last few months have been really, really like informative from him. And also, he does have a way of keeping his old entertainment style, but also, like, it doesn't feel like it's what's the word I'm looking for? Like shoehorned in, forced. Like it just doesn't. No, it doesn't feel like wrong where it's being applied, I guess. Oh, hey, Repentant Man, making yourself seen quite early today. How are you? Thank you for not smoking. Who are you, RoboCop? Thank you for not smoking. That's one of the better scenes from RoboCop 2. Oh, man. When he's giving the dead guy a lecture, that was pretty funny. But, yeah, we're going to be going through that whole debacle. I also, I had no idea you started so early. I start earlier than this. I start, technically at 4 p.m., so 2 hours earlier than this even. Carlitos, what up? How you doing? Oh yeah, that's where I was going. Sorry. I had a total authentic mental block there where I was just like, I totally forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, so we're gonna go through, Kid Rock is not happy with MAGA, which I gotta say is kind of funny. You know, couldn't happen to a nicer person. Let's see. And did I put this in the title? I didn't. Oh, no, I put Hasan. Yeah, Hasan was on my local news. I definitely need to cover that. You were talking about how smoking pot is bad. Yes. It's the reefer madness, kids. It's hitting. We're going back to 1925. Where you got those demon sticks. Which state are you in? Well, I'm pretty open about it, so usually that's creepy, but I'm in Chicago, so is pot legal there? Yeah. What state? Oh, I just did the thing that, like, we're not supposed to do. Not from Illinois. Whoops. By the way, that is like that's looked down upon when you are from Chicago. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to say Illinois, but especially when they ask what state. Although, the closer and closer we get to that whole situation where they want us to secede, you know. Or is it secede? Yeah, no, it's secede. It's one of those words. Secede. See, this is the thing. Repentant Man, he just doesn't know it. He's like, thank you for not smoking. It's like, uh-huh. There's a reason that I'm a little weird. Dude, I started this stream asking why mango. You think that came from a completely sober space? Yeah, it could have, actually. Who knows? Soon pot will be legal everywhere, and all America will suffer. Yes, yes, and it will smell so skunky and delicious. Can't wait. Why mango, not Mako? What, like the auto? Why Mako? Because they happened to be there when I needed my car painted. Mango is good, especially with time. Ooh, yeah, it is. Good pull there, PP Jackson. What up? Bloodstone, she was fairy. Wait, she was... Wait, currently evaluating. Oh. You can't see. Oh, I got it. Wait, I'm getting. Wait a minute. This is important. This is so important. Why didn't I start this earlier? This is not okay. Why? Mango. Because banana. Ah, damn. Well, I couldn't. All right. What's a better question here? You'll see. This is worth it. Because the universe is large. There we go. Oh, did I just caps lock that? Oh, damn it. It's all right. Oops. There we go. Because banana. If you guys want a better answer than the universe being large, then you can give me why mango in the chat here. Ooh, this is a nice little fun experiment. What does mango mean to you? Does it just mean a tasty fruit? Or does mango mean something larger in the context of what mango might mean? So when I ask just why mango, it's like Kirk was saying, am I asking larger questions about the universe, or am I just being a weird dude asking why mango? Your hands and feet are mangoes. You're gonna be a genius. Wait. No. I can't type with mango fingers. No. I don't want anybody suspecting that I might have taken something more than my usual. I haven't, by the way. I actually did have a... okay, that's maybe a tad bit of a white lie. I had me a really nice... I'm not sure if you guys know what like the dog walkers are, but I had a dog walker, a mini. It was amazing. This is the perfect way to start this, by the way. Your hands and feet are mangoes. Oh, wait. Raquel Welch. Raquel. Wait, are you the dude that's like in MR chat that's always saying R.I.P. Raquel Welch? I've been wondering about that. Like, huh. There you go. Look at you figuring out how to use the TOS. Why mango? Why mango? There it is. I mean, that's the ultimate badum-tush. Like, I think I just gotta end it there. All right. West Coast, woo! I had it packed up, ready to go. Cheers, everybody. It's crazy. It's like there's a ghost in the window or something. And now, cue disappointment from Repentant. Oh, shame. Shame. Wait a minute, did I just get hit with a tornado warning? Uh-oh. Guys, that's not good. Oh, shit. If I lose stream, then that's why. We have a weather alert right now. Great. The character chef was high and made a stupid decision. Surprise, surprise. This is where I think like you're just doing a long-term bit there, buddy. I mean, let's put it this way. If this was a long-term bit, I wouldn't hate... I honest to God, would just be like, at least he committed to it. It'd be a disappointment, though, because I gotta say, this is kind of one of those situations where you're just like, no, please be real. Like, just be real in your convictions. Please, please, please. It's kind of like Bernie. Like, I'd be that disappointed. Like, finding out that Bernie's a shitlid, I'd be that disappointed if I found out that you were just joshing here. Excuse me. All right, so we got some news. I am most certainly real. I forget you can get tornadoes there. LOL. I haven't gotten a warning since I was in college in Indiana. Oh yeah, dude. We're in like new tornado alley. Speaking of, here, let me look at it again. Oh, I'm in the red zone. Oh no. Oh crap. Ah, come on. When is it passing? What time is it supposed to be done? This isn't giving me any... Hold on, guys. I gotta check this. Thunderstorm. Isolated thunderstorm. Then why am I getting a tornado warning? Like, what the hell? I have one thing saying that everything's cool. It's just a little thunderstorm. But then I got my local tornado warning. I can hear the... Well, I mean, I'm in the best place, I'll be honest. My dog. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go check this. East of me. Let's see. Is it moving towards the lake? Stan does not care about tornado. No, he does not. Which is weird, because usually he would care about that. Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
Storm motion. Yeah, well, I don't like it. I'm ready. I'm ready for mesoscale days in the plains again. This is just tiring. What is happening to the south? I mean, I know there were some model runs that were indicating convection all the way down, like all the way down. So I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but. Okay. I'm still kind of surprised.
Let's see.
Part of me just wants to
Mendota?
start driving south on those.
How was that? Yeah, it's like way far south.
At least that's closer to tomorrow.
Well, let me tell you guys, at least from where I'm sitting east of this stuff, right now surface temperatures have dropped down to 82.
Huh.
No, that would definitely help. I'm just about to punch back through the core here in the Molly. It's there already? How the hell?
Okay, so this is not a good stream for this. Give me a second. Yeah, man,
Just about. Yeah, I'm
something
entering
else
the
here.
west side of the
Anybody else? Any other weather guys? Where the hell is max velocity when I need him? This is one of those things where it's just like, dude. Oh, he is live. Good.
Where's this link?
Ah,
Let
perfect.
me go back to Freddy just for a quick second. I gotta fix something.
That one egg was
Here we go.
Chat saying more news. New warning for golf ball size hail in New Berlin. Gotcha.
All right, sorry guys. I was not planning on doing this, but with things going on right around me, this is something I kind of need to
Alright, I'm going back
read
to
out.
radar here.
Trevor,
Just gotta
yeah.
fix something really quickly.
Yeah, I pretty well. Okay, guys.
Hey, Yeah, hey,
Little secret about Pep Talks. Pep Talks is a bit. He speaks.
Guys, we've had some
He speaks about
technical
himself
stuff
in
happening, so
third
we're just
person,
fixing it real
and
quick.
Pep Talks also watches a lot of weather streams. I wish
That's
I was
intense.
kidding, man. Sheboygan,
All right.
boys. Hey, cool.
Did Freddie go through the worst of it? Freddie's
Yeah,
been going
Fond du
for a
Lac.
lot of it. Mostly a wind at this point. Again, this storm was producing a tornado.
Yeah,
It could
North
produce another
Fond du
one.
Lac.
Looks like we actually have an area of rotation again over Eden. So a
Damn.
new tornado could form here near Eden, heading up towards St. Cloud and Mount Calvary and Greenbush. But generally speaking, the rotation has not been as strong as before. Huge wind threat, though,
Go
right
down
now,
to-
moving in the direction
Yeah,
of
because I was about to say
as
Menard.
well as Plymouth and Green Bush
here we
over
go.
the next
Here
few
we go.
minutes.
Go down.
The
Down,
southern
down,
storms
down,
that are
down.
moving towards
I need to
Milwaukee
see.
are really messy. There is not really much of a tornado risk, and even if we had one, it's going to be a short-lived
He's
tornado
too far
risk as
north.
these storms are quickly approaching the Great Lakes. But at least for the next 30 minutes, we are
Shit,
talking about at
they are
least a
moving east
significant
then.
wind and hail threat across this region.
Crap.
Maybe even an isolated tornado anywhere from about Milwaukee and Kenosha all the way back up towards Oshkosh.
Dude, go
go back to
down. What the
Wausau.
hell? It's on the lake. Go
This
to
is
the
the storm
lake.
that's back up near Crowenwetter. Some rotation currently located just east of
All right,
Crowenwetter,
this is-
going up towards Ringle and Hatley. It's not
Significantly
as
north of
strong
me.
as before, but that is still a discrete supercell, so the threat of a tornado is a bit more elevated.
Ethan Klein
We also have rotation still
is
east
the
of
wrong
Stevens
Klein
Point
to
near
cover. You
Poland, going
gotta.
up
Yeah,
towards
I'm
Rushholtz
doing Ezra and Sam.
Peru. That could also drop a tornado.
It's actually
just
the
outside of
Noah
the
Samson
college town there. And back over near
update that I wanted
Bancroft
to
and
cover.
Plainfield,
It's not.
these
It
storms here are a
really.
lot
I could
weaker
care
than
about
before. Still a
Ethan.
low
Did I
tornado
put
risk,
Ethan
though,
first?
as those
I
storms
did.
move to the northeast.
Yeah, shit. I think I did that on purpose too, like subconsciously knowing that it's like, hey, he's the bigger content
Back from
creator.
the power shutting off in Juneau, Wisconsin.
Sam
the
destroyed that
Wi-Fi
loser.
stinks, but
I
doing
haven't
all right.
watched it.
Hopefully you're all right.
Like
There
I
was
heard
a
about
tornado
it
that
from a
rolled
few
through that
people
town
in
not long ago.
Discord, and I
We've had multiple reports of damage.
saw that
around
somebody-
Mayville.
I don't even know who the
and
hell it was, but they said
also
like
around,
a similar thing. It might have been
Horicon and
Political
Juneau.
Punk where he made a video on it.
We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across the Upper
Oh
Peninsula
my God!
of Michigan.
Can you
in
just go
addition to
down a
northeastern
little
Wisconsin,
bit? Just a
where
little
line
bit.
of storms will
Literally,
continue
you're
to pose a
right
risk for
there.
damaging winds, hail, and a
This
low
is killing
tornado
me.
risk. So a new watch may be issued here soon.
Like, dude, you're so close.
There is
Can I
damage
see the
outside
southern half of
Juneau,
this? Because that's where I am. This is why I care.
which does appear pretty significant. We're getting reports of a silo, or at least a couple of silos that have been heavily damaged, basically flipped over and on the ground.
I've seen that.
This is a photo of that. Let me pull it up here.
They were wait. He was arguing abundance.
This
Like
is a
what?
photo
Like
of the
not
damage back
having
over
abundance.
in
What was his
Juneau
position on there?
in Wisconsin. So you can see a silo pretty much flipped over. Heavy damage there. It looks like to a barn, maybe a home there as
All
well.
right, to that town. That's their 9/11.
That's some of the damage that we're getting out of this tornado. Obviously, if you've not already seen, bottom right of your screen, Vince is on a lot of the damage there.
I'm not proud of
Mayville,
that
which is a little bit
joke.
further to the east.
I'm really not. That's just like, ooh.
This was moments ago. You probably already saw this on stream, but I just want to quickly show it. This was a video here of the wind picking up back over in our tornado warning cell when we had a tornado crossing over Lemira, Wisconsin.
All right, that's over.
That is a
Milwaukee
shot
side,
there.
right?
Of very high winds, probably around 70 to 80
Yeah, dude.
miles per hour.
Here,
that ripped
look.
through.
He just heard. Yeah, he's hearing the sirens. I'm gonna go get my cat. No, you stay. You stay. You're not going. Hey.
We're back down to 5 tornado warnings, which, believe it or not, that is like the lowest number I think we've had in the last probably last 3 hours, if I had to guess. We've been live for a little over 3 hours now. Oh, actually, we've been live for 4 hours now, and we've been pretty much above 5 tornado warnings this entire time. I don't think it's going to last very long, but at least for now, it's a little bit lower. There is a little bit of rotation, it looks like. Maybe not. There's been a little bit of broad rotation trying to develop on the storm northwest of DeKalb. Doesn't look like much anymore. Storm near Media is also back over on the storm near Mendota, but I'm not seeing anything on that right now. Just a strong storm. Got a lot of severe storms firing up around Peoria and as well as back through Springfield. These should be mostly hail and wind producers, but there's a chance for an isolated tornado or two. Keep in mind that our environment across central Illinois is highly conditional for storms to actually produce tornadoes because of our mid to low level moisture, but the amount of wind shear that we have across central Illinois is very high. So I do think the tornado threat is going to start to increase here over the next hour.
Really? It's going to get worse?
Area, Decatur,
no.
And just south of Ottawa. I'm
no,
not seeing any rotation on our storm near Peoria right now, but there's at least some broad
literally just missed the portion that I was looking for
between Springfield and Lincoln. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Freddie deserves Culver's. All right. Again, if you're tuning in from the Chicago area, nothing in your area yet. This is the area of storms that'll be coming in over the next hour or two. So by about 7:30, 8 o'clock is when the most significant threat will probably be happening. And again, that might not be much. It's still a conditional threat. I do think at the minimum, though, there will be some hail and wind and perhaps a tornado or two. And keep in mind, a strong tornado is still a possibility.
Okay. So it's just passing over us then.
We have a little area of rotation right now over Eden. This is, again, where we've been monitoring multiple tornadoes with the supercell.
I'm not worried about that then.
Not that strong as of right now, but this is the main area of rotation at this point on this supercell. It's been much broader over the last few minutes.
Wait, did our... Okay, yeah, our warning ended.
Also, the storm near Crowenwetter and Wausau has actually become more of a left-moving storm, so it's not as significant as before.
I only wanted to follow that until I was in the clear, even though if this was my day off, I'd just be watching that by myself. Nah, that was a deliberate try to sabotage the VOD, I felt. Oh, Ezra Klein was cursing so much that with his I'm a lib edgy energy. I get it. I used to, because banana. There it is. Because the universe is large is actually winning at 67%. No way! Kirk, were you here for the start of the show? Here. This was the opening screen. Why not? You know what? You were onto something there. But since you're here now, I need to know, what's your take on it? Do you think he was do you think he was actually a crazy wackadoo, or do you think he was a modern day philosopher? Because I think you're asking the real important questions here now. I actually read your take on it, or your breakdown. Because man, I gotta say that was that gave me a proper laugh today. I needed it. Dead inside, yo, dude, what's up? It's good to see you. As I'm choking, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Shit. Oh no, we actually might be getting that 50%. That's too funny. Oh man. But yeah, how you doing? All right, so now that the weather's passed, we can actually get to like the news. Justice Kagan. Who's Justice Kagan? Oh, Supreme Court. That's right. That's a thing today. I forgot. Did they make a decision? Keep saying that they could make this, so last updated 47 minutes ago. Should judges be able to block Trump on birthright citizenship? Stop asking. Supreme Court could block Trump's birthright citizenship order, but limit nationwide injunctions. Right, washing dishes and... Hey, why would you say something like that online? Here. I'm gonna scrub chat right now. And we're back. Sorry guys, I'm still playing the TOS game. Also, hit that like button as you file in here. You know what? That's it. I'll be right back. I got a cough. Much better. Oh. You forgot to add in Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. You gotta say something like that. Where Cat though? Cat is around. Here. He's hiding. He is down here because I had to let him for the torn. Oh shit! Now that that's gone though. Here, I do have to find him. You know what? I'll find him in a second. You can whatever you want in Minecraft. Isn't that the appeal of the game? Ooh. By the way, I did take the opportunity with my time off yesterday to catch up on Andor and watch the finale. Yeah. That's some of the best Star Wars ever produced, and I'm going to watch Rogue One when I... Actually, I might do that before I go to bed tonight. Depends on how late I'm on. I've realized that I do need to take some more time for myself, like, and watch some movies and go to the movies and do some things that I have been just not doing. So, because I love hanging here with you guys. And I got that little situation where a little too much. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. So Supreme Court, are they actually going to do anything with this? You know what? Fuck it. Let's let CNN do their job. Well, kind of do their job. Why mango? My bad. Forgot that I was showing them. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? There we go.
The Supreme Court is hearing arguments on President Trump's push to end birthright citizenship. The consequences could go well beyond the scope of this one case that they are hearing. CNN's Paula Reed is outside the court. Paula, tell us, first of all, the highlights of what we've heard so far in English, which is a bit different from what our viewers have been hearing, unless our lawyers are very much, familiar with the language of Supreme Court arguments, but also the big picture of what this could mean.
Dana, I speak fluent justice, and I like to think I speak fluent
Perfect.
TV.
You're
so
exactly the translator we need.
The stakes are really high for President Trump here because what happens in this case could determine how quickly and effectively he can implement his agenda through executive orders. Because the focus here today is on judicial power and
oh my god, holy Philly.
And whether one judge anywhere in the country should have the
she loves herself. Go Birds.
Power to block a policy for the entire country, something called a nationwide injunction. Now, these have been imposed against every modern president, but none more than President Trump, because he does so many things.
That looks like Hillary Duff a little.
He has already issued a record more than 200 executive orders, and they've been blocked by these injunctions 49 times. Now, today's case is specifically focused on his executive order ending birthright citizenship. So the right that if you were born in this country, even if your parents are not U.S. citizens, that you are a citizen. And the challengers argue that this is exactly why you do need.
By the way, did you see that Ann Coulter was just like, we should require for every American to prove that they had 4 grandparents that were all Americans. To actually be an American. I was like, what in the actual, like, does she understand how many of her people would just be not qualified, including Trump himself?
For the entire country. So if a judge is going to block this, you don't want a patchwork because they argue.
God, she really does look like Hillary Duff.
And Justice Kagan, she really hammered President Trump's lawyer, John Sauer, on this issue. Let's take a listen to what she said.
Let's just assume you're down. How do we get to that result? Does every single person that is affected by this EO have to bring their own suit? Are there alternatives? How long does it take? How do we get to the result that there is a single rule of citizenship that is the rule that we've historically applied rather than the rule that the EO would have us do?
It is clear that the liberal justices are not buying this argument from the Trump administration, but they just need 5 conservative justices to agree that not only are these nationwide injunctions being abused, that they are in some way usurping the power that is supposed to be held by the president or by the legislative branch. And Dana, based on the questions that we heard today, it does appear that the Trump administration may have enough justices to either limit or eliminate these nationwide injunctions. And I just want to note, this is not specifically a Trump issue. The past 5 justice departments have all opposed nationwide injunctions and said, look, this is a problem that needs to be addressed. And look, we'll see what the justices have to say about this when they issue
Well, look at the way that Texas abused it.
their
So
opinion, likely next month.
Yeah, I mean, President Biden, for example, signed several executive orders that were challenged, and
the Supreme Court has not historically applied that. Only the lower courts, IRC. Last 14th Amendment issue had to do with the Equal Protection Clause, which is within the jurisdiction requirement, not fully
he
subject
didn't
to.
want his to be overturned in a nationwide fashion either. So that's
When
a
was
really
that?
important point. Thank you so much, Paula. I know you'll keep listening. We'll get back to you. And I'm joined here by a terrific group of reporters and analysts, CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, Isaac Dovere of CNN, Jamie Gangel as well, and CNN Supreme Court analyst Steve Vladek. Steve, I'm going to start with you. Take it away about your
Nice
big
chat
picture
blocking
overview.
her.
I mean, it's hard to convey briefly just how big a deal the technical, nerdy, procedural issue in these cases is, but it really reduces to the question of whether...
Oh, you guys love that you can make this a little bit juicier than just a procedural.
When the president does
Come
something
on.
that perhaps we all agree is unlawful, does every single person who's affected have to bring a lawsuit? Or at least do you have to have a series of lawsuits on behalf of classes of everyone who's affected? Or can you have 1, or in this case, 3 lawsuits that tee the issue up to the Supreme Court, that give the Supreme Court a chance to say, this is unlawful, you can't do that? Everyone agrees that once the Supreme Court says this is unlawful, it's a rule for the whole country, and it's a rule that protects everybody. But the fight is over what happens until then. And it takes 2, 3, 4 years for cases to get to the Supreme Court. And so the question is, during that interim period, are we really going to make every single person bring their own case or be part of someone else's case? Or are we going to allow for these kinds of nationwide lawsuits? Dana, the reason why that matters is not just for birthright citizenship, right? So in the birthright citizenship case, you've got 22 states that are plaintiffs, but you have 28 that are not. You have 5 individual named plaintiffs and 1 organization that represents, maybe a couple 100,000 people. But that's not going to cover anywhere close to all of the people who could be affected by this policy. Are they going to now have to go bring their own lawsuits? And so the implications here are not substantive. The court is not about to say this policy is okay, but the ruling might have the same effect for so many people.
Let me just stick with you for 1 second, because as we were listening, we were talking about the patchwork. And 22 states sued. I believe we have a map showing this. So if you could explain, if the court goes the way it sounds just from the way the conservative justices are asking their questions, we don't know how it ultimately would go. But if they say no to a nationwide injunction, and we end up with a patchwork just on this issue alone, on whether or not if an undocumented immigrant has a baby.
Say in Texas,
which is obviously, you see, not colored in there. It's a red state. They don't want to have anything to do with this lawsuit. What happens? What's the difference between the baby born in Texas versus right next door in New Mexico?
So the baby born in Texas, unless their parents are part of one of those lawsuits in one of those other states, and maybe they could be, but unless they are, the baby born in Texas is not a citizen. The baby born in Texas is subject to removal under our immigration laws. The baby born in Texas is not eligible for an array of medical benefits that any citizen would be. And that's going to vary, Dana, not just state by state. It's going to vary based on, are you a member of the particular immigrant rights group that brought one of these lawsuits, CASA, or are you not? Are we going to require the parents in the hospital to produce their CASA?
They seem open to siding with Trump.
It's a membership card.
Here.
So, there are good arguments for why lower courts have gotten too happy to sort of aggressive in issuing nationwide injunctions in the last few presidencies. But there's also something unique on the other side of the equation, which is a president who, whether you think what he's doing is lawful or not, is doing more than any of his predecessors, when, as in this case, there are serious arguments that it's patently unlawful.
They will likely side with Trump. The court has been pissed about injunctions.
Settled precedent. And when you have the very real concern that that's not going to matter, because in the short term, you're going to have hundreds of thousands, millions of Americans, or non-citizens whose kids should be Americans, who aren't allowed to benefit from these other, more specific court rulings.
And I want you to come in, but I just want to also tell our viewers
it is detainment.
that the hearing is over.
Literally, in that regard, I've been detained.
Adjourned. And
but in the probably the exact same room at O'Hare.
So now we're just going to wait to see what the Supreme Court decides.
It is what it is.
We already have a bit of an example.
Honestly, they just ask you a bunch of questions. The ones that got me was oh wow, they actually did go through social media.
Well, as to what it would look like.
I'll be honest, when I last went through, I didn't have a social media presence at all, and I'm pretty sure that I still was just fresh into having a smartphone. So
if there
no, I didn't even have a smartphone.
Weren't these nationwide injunctions.
I'm pretty sure I had my BlackBerry when I went to
the Alien
Paris.
Enemies Act, that sweeping wartime authority that the president has wanted to use to swiftly remove undocumented immigrants. We are seeing a patchwork of cases across the country because those judges have not been issuing nationwide injunctions. So I have been following multiple cases on multiple dockets.
Especially Roberts, they won't pass. Wait.
And this has become a tricky issue for all of these groups because, for example,
I hate to say this, this is one of those situations where because 5 other administrations have also kind of been yo, this is kind of whack, where, some rando judge in a state that just blatantly has,
there was
an agenda, they can just, hold up my presidential orders. That's kind of insane. I'll even admit that.
In one district of Texas that said no one
now is a little sus because of how they could abuse it and shown that they will.
In my district can be removed under this authority. Except for in another district, there wasn't that ruling. So detainees were moved to that district. And then there was another emergency filing and another.
Whenever I hear detained, I always think of those sovereign citizens. Honestly, that's the one thing you can learn from those guys is that's actually something that you when you're being questioned by authorities, I don't care who, that's the first thing you ask.
That said no.
And if they say yes, then you just kind of lean against the car or whatever you're doing and just kind of answer their questions. Don't be a dick.
So now we need to address
I've found that saying yes sir, no sir really does get you far.
So what we've already started to see what a world like this could look like on this very particular issue because these multiple districts are ruling only for their district. So if that individual's moved somewhere else, then in that area they could.
I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Oh yeah. It's been a really confusing.
I don't need to have license plates. I'm a traveler.
It's been confusing for the detainees.
Blah blah blah. Something Magna Carta.
And it has led
which
to
they
a
don't.
lot of late nights.
Apparently, Trump's just I'm gonna do you one better. I'm not only gonna get rid of the Constitution, I'm gonna get rid of the fucking Magna Carta.
It required the Supreme
It's just
Court
like Christopher Columbus, suck my balls.
So the reason why you couldn't have had a nationwide, the plaintiffs tried a nationwide challenge to the Alien Enemy Act proclamation. That was the case that was before Chief Judge Boasberg here in D.C. The Supreme Court on April 7th says, no, you can't do this as a nationwide suit. You got to go through district by district litigation. In any other administration, that would not have been that huge of a difference because the Justice Department, the Department of Homeland Security would have said, okay, but we see the writing on the wall. We understand that we have to follow due process. Priscilla's exactly right. What the Trump administration did is say, okay, let's play a shell game. Let's move people into the districts where we haven't lost yet.
No. I mean, retroactive, I don't think they're going retro. I'm not sure where I read this, but they said that if this were to be applied, it would be to new citizens.
And the problem is that experience...
And that, this would be literally held up in courts forever. But that also goes into the, maybe this is where having that protection's good because I don't know, listen, as someone who had 4 grandparents who were American, I don't have to worry about this. But I think it's kind of whack that I got friends, like most of my friends, they're either second or third generation. So it's like, what now?
Well, one of the many keys here is the shelter.
Especially when they are literally citizens. They did it the right way. Like, this is the weirdest part, is that people can't see it, where they're just like, wait, so is this a way to, like, retroactively get rid of me? Because, like, that's why I can't stand that Lindy Lee character, because she's just like, I did it right. I did it the right way. I did it the right way.
Game. And
meanwhile, you know,
Jamie,
not seeing that the second that China's declared an enemy of the state, that she's one of the first ones to be put on that list.
Politics of this isn't haphazard inside the Trump Justice Department.
Since they're so comfortable making lists now.
This is the kind of strategy.
Come on.
That
I got another weather alert. I got to run upstairs real quick.
Spent 4 years when Biden was in the White House mapping out.
Right. You stole my word. It is the strategy, and beyond the confusion and the chaos, I think we also have to take a look at this with the words judicial power. So in so many of these cases, President Trump has used very effectively speed as a weapon. And numbers, 200 executive orders, all of these actions. So if you talk to, legal scholars or political people who are concerned about what he's doing, this is a time they will say the red light is blinking, 5-alarm fire. What is an effective check and balance on President Trump? The Republican Congress is not going to stop him. So the fact that this goes to the point of judicial power and these courts, people have been looking at the courts and judges
been procured.
and saying, it's on you. And now,
you're safe from the storm now.
How the Supreme Court rules.
You're going to be good?
It's going to be on all of them.
Yeah.
Are you going to be good? Here. Where'd you go? Did he leave? Oh. You guys got to see the cat like that fast. There we go. Shit. Be right back. Ugh. Oh, he's being a dick. He's being naughty. Started climbing the couch. I'm pretty sure the 14th is supposed to only apply to lawful permanent residents who are domiciled within the USA. I don't think so, because I thought that it applied to people that were like visiting here too. I might have that wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I like how I'm just like, that's how I cover my ass here. I read that somewhere. Let's see. The Senate debates seemingly only expanded to the lower courts, and getting a birthright citizenship case is crazy hard due to standing with such a broad interpretation. Well, that's, again, why all right, I'm going to give the idiot perspective without doing any research before. I thought it was like if your parents were here on vacation or whatever, if you were born on American soil, then you then have dual citizenship, but your parents do not. Hey, you. Come here. Hey, where you going? Yo, come here, you little shit. All right. I'm gonna be chasing that cat all night. Whatever. At least he's safe. Yeah, that whole that storm warning upstairs was a little bit scary. That was the second one, by the way, where tornado sirens went off. Oh, that's done too. Oh, he's going upstairs. Here, I get him. Oh, what a putz. That isn't how it's supposed to be. That's its current interpretation. The 1898 court would have unlikely accepted such a broad interpretation. Really? Well. Hey, Pep, I saw you on Majority Report today. Right, Rashawn. Oh. Oh, okay. I was like, I actually wasn't in chat today. Today's one of the rare days that I was not. Yeah, for like the next 2 weeks here, it's going to be a little bit hard for me to do that because I've got some other stuff, if you know what I mean. That's why you guys gotta hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and if you guys deem, oh, actually, no. If you guys can help out with my mom's memorial fund, we're almost to the goal. And then, yes, I will be just, after we finally do that, I will just be asking if you guys could support the stream. That would be really, really cool of you. So, it helps me out and helps me with not having to do the other stuff. So, let's keep that going. There we go. He was talking about to Emma about AI stuff. Oh, really? Interesting. What kind of wait? Like AI new? Like what? I don't know. What kind of AI stuff? God. That's one of those things that I'm like, I don't want to necessarily freak out about it, but man, I am very close to freaking out about it, so. You have the case pulled up right here. I don't want to read a case. Listen, I'm a streamer, yes, but I don't like reading that much. It's not my strong suit. I've also, actually here, let's see. Let's get a update on the Supreme Court thing. If there is one. Key takeaways on the historic Supreme Court debate on birthright citizenship. Conducted oral arguments. Hype train. Oh shit, dude. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh yeah. I appreciate that. Also, let's see. Master Liberty, Bikini Cat, Persona, Primordial, and Honeybee. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Also, what's the Poggers? Actually, still, I really am that old that I'm like, I guess, to the point where I'm like, oh, that's funny, Sam. It's funny because Sam doesn't get it. So, yeah. Hype, hype, hype. Yes, so much hype. All the hype. Thank you. I appreciate it. Not really do that. Thank you. Here. Where do I, What? I can't thank you on that? There's no snack dono option on the Twitch side? Actually, shit, did I not activate that? Here, give me 1 second. Oh no, I didn't put that on. Oh no. Oh, dude, I meant to load up all my rewards today. Oh. Okay. Well, yes, this counts. So. Here we go. And it's the king treats. Uh-oh. Nope, he had to get up. My bad. Man, I should make a snack dono for myself. Nah, let's not do that, actually. Oh, guys, I do know that in this community, we've definitely had it. Or, like, you guys have had the same thing. When you get that one certain strain that, like, gives you the mad munchies, where it's like you're in high school again, or you're just like, dude, I could eat everything right now. I got one of those. It's really good. So, just gotta say, I have to watch it. You need a free the cat dono option. Not a bad idea. I need to clean up my basement because right now I am bagging and boarding comic books in the other room there, and I cannot have him doing exactly what he's banned from the basement because he was doing, you know? God, that sucked. Ugh. Yes, you can thank Bandit for the gifted sub. Also, guys, here we go. Supreme Court takeaways. Now we're done with that. Supreme Court Kagan, don't care. Walmart says prices will rise due to tariffs. I did kind of want to check this out because I thought that we were supposed to see relief, but according to KKS, our friend who works in shipping and logistics, nah, apparently there's a whole stockpile now, and now there's not enough trucks to come get the stuff, and now there's a whole bunch of logistical stuff, so let's see.
Some of the breaking news coming in. Walmart, the world's largest retailer, is issuing a new warning today, warning the company will have to raise prices due to President Trump's tariffs. The company's CEO, Doug McMillon, is expected to tell analysts.
Notice how they waited until he was out of the country. It's just like, maybe
on
you won't
an earnings
notice.
call today. I'll read you a quote as they sent out excerpts ahead of time. "We will do our best to keep our prices as low as possible, but given the magnitude of the tariffs, even at the reduced levels announced this week, we aren't able to absorb all the pressure given the reality of narrow retail margins." Walmart said the prices will begin to go up later this month.
Okay, I'm glad that I'm not the only one having reading issues today.
And the hikes could put
I know I'm
the
not
company
the best,
also
but
in an
damn,
uncomfortable
it's been on
position,
another
if you
level.
will, with the Trump administration. You'll remember last month, the White House publicly shamed Jeff Bezos and also threatened Mattel's CEO with 100% tariffs after they said tariffs would lead to higher prices.
The Barbies are gonna get super expensive, guys.
Compare this news today with what Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told CNN's Dana Bash just on Sunday.
Hype train! I get
So
a
we
hype
do
chest.
expect a 10% baseline tariff to be in place for the foreseeable future. But don't buy the silly arguments that the U.S. consumer pays.
Joining me right now is Rick Newman.
Okay, CNN doesn't have many of those moments, but that was pretty good on her part, where it just...
Your columnist with Yahoo Finance. It's good to see you, Rick. Okay, so what do you make, first and foremost, of the statement from Walmart?
Of all these CNN anchors, she is one of the ones that I can watch that and not just be like,
none of this
ugh.
is surprising. The cost of goods is going up because these tariffs are a tax on something like $3 trillion worth of imports. So what's going to happen is, as the cost goes up to the importers such as Walmart and most retailers, they are going to pass as much of that cost on to end users as they can.
Yes,
this is not mysterious.
It's almost like we've been saying this, and then you're saying, "Oh, it's just the hysterical media."
Know what the level of the taxes is? It's about 30% on most stuff coming in from China. It's 25% on imported automobiles and auto parts. It's 25% on steel and aluminum, and for everything that's not covered by any of those, it's 10%. So that, more or less, is going to be the magnitude.
At least the shelves won't be empty. That is good. I mean, guys, I'm not. Listen, optics, fine. Like, that was the only good thing to come out of that. I'm not looking to,
these products that are coming in from other countries, and we
cut my nose to spite my face.
We know
or
where
whatever.
these price hikes are going to show up as well. There's been a lot of analysis on this. We're going to see cars are going to get more expensive. Car parts are going to get more expensive. Car insurance is going to get more expensive. Leather goods such as handbags are going to get more expensive. Clothing, electronics, appliances. And we're going to hear more CEOs saying this because if you run a publicly owned company, you have an obligation to your shareholders to tell them what's going on with costs.
I had a situation, again, I mentioned that I've been working with a contractor where something got more expensive, and I was just like, where?
Probably going to happen.
Tariff? Really? What?
We're going to see price hikes across the board from basically all retailers. So if Trump wants to go after them, he's going to go after all of them en masse instead of just picking off one or two the way he did earlier with Amazon.
Yeah, the Republican Congressman Andy Barr, who's a big
7:30.
supporter of Trump's trade policy, was on with John just last hour and was asked about this Walmart news.
Waiting for the Canes to win the cup.
His case was still to say short-term pain, long-term.
It's kind of sick how Toronto always disappoints their fans.
Walmart will lower prices in the long run. Prices will come down.
I mean, every time that we have a bad season with the Blackhawks, I always remember where I'm just like, you know what?
In the long run,
at least we're not Toronto.
This trade policy is creating massive opportunities, and we're back in a bull market because of the developments that are happening in the trade negotiations.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded to just light rain. Cool.
What do you think of that, Rick?
That's economically illogical. So the trade deals that Trump is trying to get, the concessions he's trying to get are, to the extent he's getting any or they make any sense, are
which team should we bandwagon?
To make it more favorable to get American products into foreign markets.
Canes ain't bad.
Where there are barriers.
Honestly,
that makes sense, but that is
although
not
they don't have
do
Teravainen anymore, so
to lower costs in the United States. And if Trump actually gets his wish, which is that we just start making all this stuff in the United States, it's going to get even more expensive than if it comes in from other countries with the tariffs, simply because labor costs are much higher here, manufacturing costs are much higher. It just costs more to make stuff in the United States. So if you think that this manufacturing renaissance is a good idea, it is not going to come with lower prices by definition. It's going to come with higher prices permanently. So you have to accept that trade-off.
Well, we know that when it came to baby dolls and pencils and strollers, that the president basically called it small ball. But let's see if what his reaction is to Walmart saying this, if he still thinks products coming out of the world's largest retailer feels like small
Oilers,
ball. It's good to see you, Rick.
Oilers
Thanks for jumping on. I really appreciate
it. Oilers, Dallas, maybe? There we go, standings. Oh my God, the Blackhawks, they sucked so bad. Brad Marchand. I hated him before it was cool too. God, that series with the Bruins. Oh, it sucked. Was that 2011? It's either 2011 or 2012. Leafs better win. Oh wait, no, it's 2013. The Leafs better win to 2 in a row versus the Panthers now. Well, let's see if they actually do it. Then yeah, but yeah, if they break their fans' hearts at this point, then it's just it's almost like being a Cubs fan. Like it has to be. I don't know. Is anybody in the audience a Toronto Maple Leafs fan? And if you are, number one, I'm sorry. Number two, is it like being a Cubs fan where you're such lovable losers that you kind of take that attitude of like, you know what, they tried their best. Well, we made it this far. At least we made the playoffs. Like, because I hate to say it as a Hawks fan now, I'm kind of at that point where I'm like, oh, did we make the? Oh, we didn't. So, God, I haven't watched did I watch like maybe 4 games this entire season? But it's because they took it off TV, so they're like the Dallas Cowboys of the NHL. They really are. They really are. Which, I also hate the Dallas Cowboys, so. Because every kid in my school, for some reason, like, they were just like, nah, no Bears. We like the Dallas Cowboys. It's like, what? Why? All right. All right, one quick piece of important news, and then we're going to get to the drama with the HASAN bit and the Ethan KLEIN versus Noah Samsen. Because I know that's what a lot of people are just waiting for, you know. But we gotta watch this. It's important. So. All right. Group speaking directly to Team Trump.
To hand over all the hostages to bring an end to the bloodshed.
We have said it for all the mediators and for the Americans. We are ready to hand over all the prisoners immediately if we can be sure that this will lead to an end of this war. And first and foremost, to allow the humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. If these 2 conditions are fulfilled, again, to allow aid to get into Gaza and to reach an end, to guarantee an end of this war or genocide, yes, we are ready to hand over all the prisoners.
Are you telling the Americans this directly now?
Yes.
What are you saying to them? That these are the things that you want? And do you get a sense that you're getting a positive response from them?
We have told them these...
I used to not take a side, but Ethan was so annoying about this that I had to.
Comprehensive approach.
I actually know very little about the lawsuit except that Noah had to stop making content because of the lawsuit.
One shot.
So this is the first time I'm getting an update on it, and we're going in cold.
The war, total withdrawal of the Israeli forces, allowing all the aid to get into Gaza and rebuilding Gaza Strip without forceful immigration, through the mediators and directly through some persons in the U.S. administrations. Sometimes we received a positive response.
Here,
in other cases, I don't know why, but maybe under the pressure of the Zionist lobby in the American administration, we got more or less negative response.
So even today, President Trump has said the following, that he would like to see the United States take Gaza. He said this multiple times now, to provide safety for Palestinians, maybe in Gaza, maybe outside of Gaza, and that Hamas needs to be dealt with. Is this the message that those who are talking to you at the moment from within the administration are conveying back to you?
I think, first of all, Gaza is belonging to the Palestinians. And Palestinians is the only party who can decide for Gaza and for the future of Gazans. No one, neither in the region or outside the region, who can decide for the Palestinians what to do or what not to do. And we believe in our homeland, and we are committed to this homeland, and we are ready to pay all the prices to defend our homeland and to also to build a better future for our children on our way. We are not in a market to sell Gaza or not to sell Gaza.
We're seeing demonstrations in Gaza. We're seeing people frustrated after 19 months of conflict that Hamas has brought on them.
Yes.
No, I haven't watched the Ezra Klein debate yet. I'm going to cover that one too.
I expect all people who are going to the street to say yes for Hamas or no for Hamas, because we have seen half of the Israeli population in the streets against Netanyahu. We are still seeing hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating against Trump president. We don't see that we are representing all Palestinians. We believe that we are still representing a vast majority of Palestinians.
But if we go to the heart and the core of what has caused this latest devastation on the Palestinian people, 19, 20 months ago.
The occupation since 75 years is the cause of all this devastation.
But October 7th,
it is not October 7th. It is not October 7th.
60,000 people dead as a result of October 7th.
Because we have October 6th, a lot of Palestinians were killed. We have before October 6th.
60,000 people in the space of 20 months.
Okay, between 2000 and
2023. And that is because of October 7. And the Israelis say they will not stop until their hostages are released, until Hamas disarms itself and says that it no longer wishes to be the governing power.
Why not, first of all, again, as occupied?
Wow, that was a very CNN question from Sky. Oh, Sky News is Murdoch, isn't it?
Means including armed resistance.
So you won't disarm.
Let me continue. If you ask someone to be disarmed, it has to be the Israelis who have all the power, the chemical power, the nuclear power, the biological power, and all the support from the West, including the Americans, to destroy the Palestinian life like what we have seen along the 17 months.
That you still have 50 or so of their hostages that you haven't released, and it is in your gift, it is in your power to release them. If Hamas hands the hostages over, if they disarm and they, basically disappear from Gaza, they will end this conflict. Is that something that Hamas is willing to do?
We are ready to go for one session to release all the captured Israelis and in return to get some of our prisoners, but with the guarantees that we are going to reach an end of this war. Total withdrawal of the Israeli forces.
No, it's not in yesterday.
To disarm, step away from power, you are willing to do this tomorrow, including handing over all of the hostages?
To hand over the government in the Gaza Strip, we have said it already months before that we are ready to go for any solution accepted by all Palestinians.
Inverted, I'll tackle your comment here in a minute.
Americans ask you.
Even we have also told the Americans we are ready to hand over the government immediately.
This is really interesting to see because we've already seen the. I forgot his name already, but he was
Egyptian
Kushner's roommate.
Talking about forming a Palestinian and independent.
But the fact is, I mean,
body politically not affiliated body to run Gaza.
This is confirming what's going on, that they are actually having talks with the Trump team. This is going farther than anywhere with the Biden team. So say what you will. Yeah, take this as a W for the Trumps.
Politically through based on international
I hate to say that, but whatever.
Yes, we are ready to do it, but. Again, this will happen only when we have our independent self-sovereign state. Before that, as long as we are still occupied,
there's no sense in pushing back against everything, which honestly,
defending our people and resisting the occupation.
That's kind of just like, I hate to say that is kind of giving them what they want. Yeah, it's rare Trump W.
Faith in the American teams and delegation that you're talking to.
The weirdest part is I did ask this like back in January, where I was just like, wouldn't this be wild?
To achieve an end to the conflict and be able to negotiate between the two sides.
Look, we believe that President Trump has done a lot of work and hard work in different areas in this region and outside the region. We have seen it in Ukraine, we have seen it in Syria, we have seen it in Yemen. And by adopting negotiations with Iran to solve this conflict, to de-escalate the tensions everywhere and to reach a more peaceful world.
Dang it, I forgot.
Is motivating
don't worry
us
about it.
To continue contacting the American administration.
Oh yeah, we will also be covering a little bit of the
because we believe that he has done it,
Diddy story,
and he can do it. And I think President Trump has the capability and the will.
That's
to reach this peaceful situation.
It's just that's absolutely crazy to me, and just this is where we're at. All right, didn't expect it, but here we are. I guess I'd take that rare W. I don't think taking a bribe is a W. It's not. That's why I don't agree with Hasan. I don't agree with it. Like, me and Sylvie got into it a little bit about this, although I didn't really respond to her. I just realized that. But I don't think that it's no. I think it's bullshit, especially when it's Article 1 of the Constitution that is being just completely ignored, where it's just like, no, guys, like this is another constitutional crisis. I don't care that, oh, it's just a plane and it's Trump. Like, come on. This isn't a W. Oh, I mean, if what they think, well, okay, like what they think, what I think is going to happen, it actually happens, then it sets a bad precedent. Yeah, it does. So it's a bad precedent for a bad president. Ow. Would you like the history on the specific provision of Article 1? Sure, for everybody in chat. If you guys feel like doing a nice little novel read, I will likely not read it myself. All right, Inverted Mystic, I did promise you. Excuse me. He's a bully. I hate how he punches down on people. Like, he saw like this post with only a couple of likes and locked in looking at their followers and was like, look into this guy. I know he's an anti-Semite. When I see one, the post was just, I used to be a fan, but lately you went downhill with the Hasan hate post. Oh, I mean, this is why it's not hard for me to not like take a side at this point where it's like, no, I don't need to. Like, Ethan sucks. And it's plain and simple. And I can disagree with his takes on like some of his takes on his son, and then I can agree with some others, but most of them have been obsessive and just they lose their ability to make anybody care because of the other ones. Because he did like the boy who cries wolf thing, essentially. Like he did it to himself. Whatever. Honestly. Oh shit. Thank you. All right, let's get into the Hasan on the news. Are you fucking kidding me? Clogged again.
Now to this developing story that may be related to the Trump immigration policy. Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker says he was detained at a U.S. airport for hours this weekend and questioned by U.S. Customs and Border Protection about his political beliefs, specifically on Gaza and President Trump. Now, he posted about it on X saying, quote, "It wasn't that bad, but very strange experience overall, though." And Piker's post seems to have caught the attention of the Department of Homeland Security, who replied by saying, and I quote, lying for likes. Now, we reached out to the DHS for comment. They told us, and again, quote, "This is nothing but lying for likes." Hasan Piker joins us right now live. Hasan, let's start right there with the DHS's response. Lying for likes, calling it routine. What's your response to their response?
I find it really strange that they consider asking questions that are very specific about my political commentary in general, as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, but also specifically around my loyalty to the current administration and Donald Trump, as to be a part of a routine inspection. I don't know if this is the Department of Homeland Security admitting that this is now going to be a routine part of the process at the point of entry into the country for American citizens. Or I don't know what they're actually trying to say at all, because they did not deny that they actually detained me. They openly stated that they did that and also released me after questioning. And the thing that they actually omitted in that statement was the questions themselves, the questions that they had asked. And I think that's the main point of contention here.
And this all, like, the thing, I hate to say this, but one of the things that caught my attention, like, you have global entry, right? That's supposed to be the expedited line. Walk us through how all this happened, and has something like this ever happened before?
Not to him.
I mean, I've gotten the quadruple S on my boarding pass in the past, but the apprehension or the questioning process never actually escalated to the position that it got to this time around. This was my first time using global entry, as a matter of fact. I was coming back from France. I had gone to France with my family for Mother's Day. I had to come back early because I had a speaking engagement at the University of Chicago. And I got my picture taken at global entry. I walked in, and the Customs and Border Patrol agent at the gate told me to step aside and that another agent would be coming over to take me to a separate location. And I knew that this was most likely going to happen because I'd seen news reports about immigration attorneys being apprehended at the border and detained and questioned in a similar fashion. I had seen a TikToker talk about her own person.
To be fair, like with the random screening thing, they have always done this. This is nothing new. This is all post 9/11 shit. Like, I went through this a lot, especially because I didn't have TSA pre-check for a long time.
Personal experience.
And I don't have TSA pre-check anymore.
Prior, she also had global entry. And basically,
wait, is that how it is?
I knew what was up. I knew what was coming. I suspected this would most likely happen. And given that I have immense privilege being a public personality and also having enough financial security to potentially go through a long and arduous legal process, I wanted to see where this line of questioning would go, this line of inquiry would go, instead of immediately exercising my Fifth Amendment rights.
Definitely lost it.
And
I never thought I would like Hasan, but what changed my mind is it's kind of clear he actually cares about the stuff. Like he's, stuff like say what you want about his opinions, but everything he believes, it's clear he believes it is because he actually wants the world to be a better place. Oh. And that's honestly why I'm like, I am always kind of the same opinion there, where like I may have like disagreements about certain points of his, but I won't denigrate him as like a person or question his, moral stances.
They took me to a detention area. I was
Sometimes I'll just say that he's stupid and says stupid things.
surrounded by terrified families,
Like I should
sitting
be
on a
able
bunch
to.
of
I don't know.
pews, and I asked around to see if any of them actually had American
That's a good takeaway,
passports.
Mystic.
People around me said they did not. There was an old lady in a wheelchair, and agents coming in and out of this other room with passports in hand, telling the people slowly but surely that they could leave, that they were cleared to leave.
It's have a good day every time.
And then another
really?
agent came out and said my name. They walked me into this back room with these two metal stools. Everything was bolted down. I sat down on the chair that
It's got some very ugly, like mint green paint.
assume is normally reserved for the lawyer
I
on
know
the corner.
exactly what he's talking about.
And in the process, they started asking me a bunch of questions.
I mean, change, please.
It was obvious. It felt like they knew who I was.
Just for a little aside, if you guys ever fly into O'Hare through the international terminals or Terminal 2, if you guys need to use a restroom and you guys can make it to the downstairs portion where you get your baggage, the baggage claim, they have the best public restrooms there.
Even the line
They
of
really do.
questioning was very specific.
Better than
It
Ezra?
started off with like, what are you doing in Chicago? Things of that nature. Pretty basic, boring stuff. And the more I revealed information, the more the agent kept repeating, well, since you said that, and acted like it was in line in the process of discovery, that he was getting new information out of me. Well, he was be like, oh, you're in Chicago for, you're delivering a speech. Well, since you said that, what do you do? Oh, you're a Twitch streamer. Since you said that, what kind of stuff
Does Chicago really have a cursed
you do
airport?
on Twitch? And, I told him I play video games. Sometimes I talk about drama. And basically, we arrived at questions about
midway
what my opinions were on Donald Trump. And I thought that was strange, but I was honest. At first I said, what does this have to do with anything? But then I told him I don't like Donald Trump. After that, he asked me about my opinion on Israel. And my opinion.
This is the nightly news, guys. This is the nightly news. My mom would have been watching this, and she would have called me with this. This is why.
What's going on in
this is one of
Gaza.
those times, guys. I'm sorry if I get a little sad.
And whether
This
or
is
not
when she
I
would have,
found Hamas to be a resistance group and found
she
the
would have
Houthis to
recognized
be a
him
resistance
immediately and
group.
just
Did I
been
like
like,
the Houthis?
that
Did
one
I
guy
like
you
Hamas? Did I
watched
like
on your
Hezbollah?
computer.
Very specific questions that you would only ask if you already were familiar with my
Rest in peace,
commentary,
Mom.
which is in normal circumstances in a completely academic setting,
The Constitution doesn't stop him from asking questions. Never
describing
said it did.
the historic.
No, he's just dumb for like not starting with "Am I detained?" and then asking about like he admitted this on his stream that he did this to kind of test the waters to see like how far he could push it and also how much information he could get. But he also simultaneously was like, they held me for 2 hours and it seemed like a long time, but then it just ended abruptly when I asked if I was detained. It's like, yeah, because you finally asked the golden question.
Historic reasons for why resistance exists.
So
and
it-
things of that
it
nature, but
seemed-
it almost
yeah.
felt like he was trying to get something out of me.
Right. It seemed clear to you that they knew who you were. Real quick, last question here. What do you think would have happened if you weren't a citizen?
Oh, I think if I wasn't a citizen, the process would not have gone down as smoothly as it did. I probably would not be allowed to enter the country, as we've seen reports on French researchers, for example, being stopped at the border and having ICE agents look through their phone.
Oh, they probably held him for 2 hours only because there were 5 people in front of him.
See if they've said something negative
It's
about
usually how it
Donald
goes.
Trump. Even within the context of Donald Trump taking away
Yeah, it's not what he's thinking. Where it's like they were sweating me, bro. They were sweating me. Bad cop, good cop.
grant.
They were behind the glass
for academic research. Any kind of negativity can be met with a border agent claiming that you are ineligible to enter the country. Non-citizens have significantly less rights than citizens do in this process, and it seems like even citizens are losing some of those rights as well.
Oh, Hassan Piker, we really appreciate you sharing your experience with us.
Thanks for watching.
That's wild. Again, nightly news. Hassan on the nightly news. My mom ended up. Oh, dude! I just realized this. My mom ended up on the nightly news before Hassan did. That's a W. All right. W's for mom. I'm not kidding, guys. She went viral trying to pet a buffalo, and they used her as a segment where they were covering the fact that we were about to change the national animal from the bald eagle to the bison, which we didn't. And then they were just like, oh, and speaking of which, here's a video of what not to do when you see a bison in the wild. And it happened to be a video of my mother walking up to a buffalo or a bison, whatever. But yeah, it was all real. God, I gotta find that. Just realized that I gotta. I didn't have it in me to go through her phone and like get all the videos and stuff and pictures and. Not sure if I want to do that, but I kind of have to. And that's one of the things you don't think about. That's the first time I've actually thought about that. Anyway, I do agree with you, Talon, that they were only holding him because they had 5 other people. Actually, funny enough, this means that I agree with Honeybee's assessment that he was being, he was exaggerating, but stop looking for reasons to hate Hasan. You can find so many, Honeybee. Like, damn. Also, stop assuming that just because I'm on the left that, like, I somehow glaze the guy. Like, whatever. You can do it when you feel ready. Yeah, thanks, man. I thought we saw it on stream, or am I imagining it? Did we see it on stream? I don't know, guys. Sometimes these do kind of blend together, so I don't know. Did we? Oh God, I'm starting to get to that point. Hey, hey. You know what? That's bad, but at the same time, it feels like a milestone. Like, all right, cool. You like, forgotten lore. Ooh, love it. All right, there is one thing that I want to cover before we go to the Ethan Klein thing. It's real quick, and it is in the title. I want to see about Kid Rock situation. I have no idea what's going on, so this could totally be clickbait. But it says MAGA Kid Rock in shambles. Shambles, people. So let's find out what's going on with Kid Rock and why he's all mad at Daddy Trump. Come on, kid. I don't understand. You bar with the bar. I bar with the bar. We all bar with the bar. Blessed Goku. Hell yeah. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. And also, awesome name. Appreciate that. I don't want to be that guy, but like Goku really is one of just like, is he the best character? No. Everybody loves Vegeta, but I don't know. Gohan, underrated. We got to spend a lot of time with him, only for him to become very boring. So, I don't know. Maybe there was, like, too much of a swerve on his arc. Anyway, here's, Bill Maher got 2 Kid Rock. Oh, you know what? I forgot about that. But, yeah, he was actually on Bill Maher. Maybe he did talk some sense to him. Well, dude, I mean... I do know that he's been hanging with, like, Bert Kreischer and those guys, like, a lot. And even those guys are starting to kind of go, like, maybe this whole right-wing grift thing isn't, like, where we wanted to go. Gohan major letdown after Cell Saga. He was, but they redeemed him in the new movie. I have to be completely honest. I love that movie. If you haven't seen Dragon Ball Superhero, you do yourself a favor and see it. Because, man, Gohan gets his arc. Piccolo, like... Trunks, like, well, Trunks kinda. No, alright. Trunks really didn't get much of an arc there. I just realized that I mixed up something. But I kind of like the future Trunks arc from Super. Anyway, dude, you guys are making me stun lock. DBZ could make me do that. Ooh, I just realized that I could play Sparking Zero on here. Ooh. Okay, anyway, my Stardew Valley character I made looks like Goku, named Goku, because Goku is totally a farmer, right? Gohan, his grandpa Gohan was a farmer, but Starbright Knight, hell yeah. That's actually kind of cool. I mean, like, didn't they just make, Wukong was pretty much, like, based on the same thing. Journey to the West or whatever. Soviet Mind, they probably stopped him about Palestine and Hadi comments, while Houthi comments, I think is what you meant, while having or whatever. Yeah, it's unconstitutional. I mean, it's not unconstitutional to question him about the stuff. What's unconstitutional is to, like, arrest him for it. I don't know. No, there's certain rules about detainment, especially within the confines of the border, like specifically the TSA, like post 9/11 stuff. Whatever. Yes, to detain him for it. Is it? I don't know. Well, to detain, again, just to detain him for the like words themselves. Again, detainment's not necessarily against the Constitution. Arresting him is. Like, literally, placing him under arrest for that would be, but I don't know, man. I could have this completely wrong because I have been, like, kind of conditioned to just be like, am I detained? Yes or no? If they say yes, then I just don't even fight. Like, I don't even fight it. I'm just like, all right, ask your questions. Yes, because it's against free speech. Is it? I don't know. Let's ask. Is detainment against free speech? Yes. Oh, detention for exercising the... Oh, it's literally detention for exercising the right of free speech. I do not think he was detained. I don't know why I said it like that, but I don't think he was detained for the words that he said. As much as he is making it out to be that. I'm sure that they had other reasons, like if they put reasons on like their listing or whatever, something else. Either that or he just got flagged by TSA, and guess what? He ain't special just because he's fucking HASAN Piker. I am being real with you guys. I have had this happen in both Canada, like I had it coming back from Canada, I had it coming back from France, and I had it going both ways to and from Mexico. So he's not fucking special. Sorry. The thing that made this a little bit more special was the fact that they started asking him those questions like, so what do you think about Palestine? But the other thing about this is I'm saying what I had a little bit differently was I didn't have a social media presence. I didn't have to work like background checks for that. And I've told you guys the reason that I ended up on that list was because I was stupid. I registered with a fucking 9/11 truth movement like that like ended up on a broader list where I was just like, oh, that's not good. And honestly, I would have never done that had I known that that was even a possibility. God, I was such a stupid. I was like 19 when that happened. God. Oh, actually, no, I was even younger than that. When you are traveling, especially international, it's part of the deal. I'm pretty sure that it is like they have different things. I don't know, man. I'm not making this a civil fucking rights case to, free HASAN from getting detained at the airport where he was literally inconvenienced and he got tons of content out of it. He also, I gotta be honest, 9/11 was, shut up. I admit my faults. I admit my faults. I went down rabbit holes. I went from one cult to another. Yeah, whatever, sue me. And I'll be honest, that was part of it. Like, realistically, when I got out of my religion, it is really understated how much I craved a community. So, like, the first one that I could kind of just be like, yeah, there's a lot. We think the same? Oh, God, we have, like, the same fringe beliefs? Oh, yeah, man. And then, honestly, through meeting those people, some of them became a little less into that and more into Occupy, which is where I went, where I was like, oh, yeah, you know what? We should go protest the banks because this is really messed up. I don't think that we should be bailing them out. And then I don't know why, but I became, like, so obsessed with, like, Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan, where I was just like, I don't know why I made them like this, like the target of my ire, but I was just like, look, just pay attention to their books, man. We have to pay attention to their books. And I'll be honest, this is the first time politically that I was proven wrong a few years later, where I was having a debate with somebody that got really intense about that. And then again, years later, they brought it up where they're like, hey, by the way, what did you think about JP Morgan paying back their loans with interest? I was like, excuse me? They're like, oh, here's the books. And I was just like, well, damn, I wasn't expecting you to come with receipts. It was the first time I was like, oh shit. Well, perhaps I judged too harshly, but at the same time, I still stand. Why not bail us out? Why bail out? Yeah. And also, like, realistically, they weren't the problem child. Wells Fargo was the problem child in that one. Like, they should have been allowed to fail, I'm just going to say. But if you have a different opinion, Wait, what? Those red flags mean you call a lawyer? Wait. Now you're on the Trump strongest soldier list. Why? Because I can do a badass impression. That's the reason that they're gonna come after me. I'm too good. I'm too good. I'm a national security risk. Putin got confused. He just watched this guy's YouTube, and apparently he doesn't watch YouTube. He just puts it on his phone and then just walks away. Totally confused, almost caused a national crisis. Fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna be real with you. What just happened right there? I just got like kind of tired halfway through that impression where I was like, oh, and I almost had a yawn. So I was just like, okay, let it go. Fuck. I need something to eat here in a minute. Or just don't say stupid. No, I mean, listen, Soviet, you're not. You need to know your First Amendment rights, but at the same time, there are, like, I've had this happen where I misunderstood my First Amendment rights, specifically in the context of the TSA. I'm gonna actually, I know about this one, like, personally. This isn't, and it's not just like anecdotal. It is legit, like, no, guys, I have a feeling that because of like certain things like that he has done, like, again, let's take away his popularity. If he wasn't Hassan Piker with the name recognition that he has, but he was still part of the organizations that he was, just signing up for DSA alone is going to get you these types of treatments. I'm telling you, like, this happens a lot. But that's also why you will see the random granny. Like, they do legit random checks. But do not think just because they do random checks that, no, they literally got like a special way of seeing your boarding pass or your passport or whatever and just being like, yeah, come with us. I mean, shit, dude. Dispensaries have a way of doing this. You don't think the TSA does? Hassan got a 5-minute Daily Show appearance out of it. That's cool. Hey, listen. I'm glad he's growing. I'm glad that he's getting more exposure. I'm glad that he can also, like, I don't know. I was about to say that he could grow with this, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic on this one because who knows? He can make he could make everybody look a lot worse. Like, that could suck. I'll be completely honest. As a leftist content creator, like, I am held by other people, like, whether properly or not, to the standards for some reason that he creates. It kind of sucks. You know how many times I have, like, just popped stream on within, like, the first hour? It's all about, like, it's all questions about, like, what do you think about Hassan saying this and blah, 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 blah. Ugh. That's why it's so much easier for me to just be like, I don't know. It's easier for me just to, like, be truthful with you guys where I'm like, I didn't watch it. I don't care. I really don't care. Again, you know, when I get out, when I'm not here, I try my best. Really, I try my best. Sometimes I fail. I do, like, occasionally I'll just, like, miss a Kyle Kalinske video or something. But, man, I watch Godzilla content. Shout out Big Action Bill. I know that he actually doesn't even agree with me politically, but he has some banger Godzilla videos that I rewatch, like, a lot. And then I also watch, like, a lot of the weather channels, like, again, Max Velocity, that kind of stuff. And yeah, the left loves destroying itself. It does, and it sucks. It really sucks. Because the thing is, it's where you get tribal about, like, now they're doing it about streamers. I watched it like with the like, let's be real, what happened with BreadTube. Like, BreadTube should have been a bunch of leftist influencers that, even if they disagreed on stuff, still could have had a coalition, understanding that they were, you know, they had the common goals. But no, they made it about personal drama where it was all about becoming better than that person. Or, like, that's why I hate clout. Like, I hate clout chasing, and I hate the virtue signaling bullshit. Like, I really do. Like, that shit, if I catch myself doing it, where I'm just like, oh, douche. And then you guys can call me out on it too. Clip it, send it to me, and I'll just be like, oh, douche. You know, like, that shit's, that's where I hear the term, the road to hell is paved with with the best intentions. That's kind of it right there, where it's just like, okay, so you had good intentions. You need to put it out there that, you know, okay, well, I don't agree with it's. Again, I always bring it back to Vosh because he was one of the first guys that I watched that, like, exposed me to all of this world. Like, I knew about HASAN because of TYT. And I never had Twitch, so I didn't care. So I'd hear about him passively, like, doing well, and just be like, oh, cool. Then, yeah, I started watching Vosh as, like, the first streamer, as far as, like, the politics, and yeah, watching that happen organically too, where it was just, like, wild to see him and the community, like, because again, they started off as best friends. Him, Demon Mama, even Shuan had at one point was all part of, like, they were all friendly, they all had debates, and then I started noticing, like, everybody coming over, and he would just be like, oh, it's the .gg community or the DGG community. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Have you ever chatted with Vosh? No. What? Dude, I have 1,000 subs. I'm pretty sure that he doesn't want to chat with me either. I mean, honestly, I don't have much to offer to, like, a Vosh stream, to be completely real. Like, the guy, I'm probably going to tune out, like, the second that he starts getting condescending with me. Honestly, I don't think he would respect me as a person or a streamer. Like, I'll be completely real with you. You know, maybe as a person, who knows, but you know, he's got a pretty, what I think is stupid take on, you know, pot smokers, which Repentant Man would probably like him. I just got here. Sup, dude? What up, Tragic? How you doing? You understand, whatever. Morality Olympics? Yes, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Again, dude, like, you're not a short stack horse goblin. Yeah, but you know what really sucks though, because, like, the guy's damn near at it. What? He's over 500K, so that's nothing to scoff at. Like, he's one of the larger leftist YouTube creators, and I just hate that, like, so many people on the left love just being, like, venerating him and just being like, yeah, what a disappointment he was, huh? Even though he has, like, he still does have a large platform. A lot of people just don't give a shit about that. I honestly, it's kind of weird because, like, I can say that I'm a fan of some of his content, but, like, not a fan of the person, which is, you know, that whole argument about art with the artist type of bullshit. But also at the same time, I'm just like, no, guys, like, if he's doing good for the movement, then good. And honest, the last few times that I have been able to catch some of his streams, yeah, it seems like he's going in the right direction. He's kind of calmed down on, like, that whole separatist take, and he has. The last time I saw, like, it was, God, this had to be a few days ago, but he was saying something similar, where he was just like, yeah, you know what? It is almost like it was a fucking psyop. Like, look at how much damage was done. You know? Again, you may hate these people, but there's so much damage that was done. But then again, you got guys like Sex Pestany out there who became the largest one, and then look at his fall as an example of, like, okay, also be careful. Because, dude, somebody had said it where they're like, yeah, this actually just proves, like, the left the left has more degeneracy. I was like, what? Just because of Destiny? It's like, no, dude, just because you're hyper-focusing on that and not all the, I don't know, right-wing pastors that just got caught this week? What are you talking about? God, I think another GOP politician just got caught doing, like, some, stuff with underage kids. Like, yeah, but, that's... Bush horsecock. Whatever. What's in your closet, Pep? God, you guys would be so bored. My closet. My skeletons. Let's see. They're mostly exoskeletons. Got a xenomorph in there. Exactly. Why don't you have more stupid shit? Because your word can become probable cause. You really need to learn the law. That's true. That's why you're supposed to kind of plead the fifth. That's why they do say, like, this can be used against you type of thing. Remember when India and Pakistan almost went to nuclear war? I remember. Yeah. Dude, okay, am I the only one that does it, like, that feels like that was weeks ago at this point? And then I'm just like, that wasn't even a week ago, was it? Oh, boy. Hey, you know what? A lot's happened. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not? Oh, no, I forgot to turn that on. Hold on, guys. There we go. Also, hit that like button over on YouTube if you haven't already. It really helps me out in the algorithm, guys, so makes it really cool. I tried to do a little clicky thing, but I realized it's not going to pick up. So, dude, I thought we were moving on to India and Pakistan going to war, then gone. Really? Like, you thought that was going to be like one of my last segments? You're just like, you know what, Pep Talks? It was a good run. Do you support? What? God, I do love when people, during the India-Pakistan thing, they were getting legitimately mad at me for not taking a side. I did think that was kind of funny, where it's like, man, they really do not like objective journalism, where it's just like, I have no dog in this fight. None. None at all. I just do not want nuclear war. I don't know why I almost sound like, I almost literally did like a half Trump impression there, but it was, guys, I think it's starting to happen. I think I'm starting to actually kind of like morph, like I'm starting to do this, This is how I'm starting to dance. You can dance. You can dance. The Trump dance. They're fishing for him, providing material support. Oh, no, dude, I thought the news topic would be around longer than it disappeared. Well, yeah, because they did the thing. They did the thing. They did the exact thing that the news was actually saying they were going to do, where they're just like, okay, so this happened in 2016, 2019, and now it's kind of the same thing. I have a feeling this is going to be a lot of bluster, a lot of peacocking, and dude, the lies, holy shit. That was the one thing that I learned about the India-Pakistan thing is you can't trust either side at all. Like, none of their propaganda. I don't care what state, like, none of their state media. It was the most blatant propagandist fucking just fake news. Like, it was insane. It took a lot of work to actually get like some objective like information about what was going on. Like, we had so much false information that we even had it popping up in the chat where we just had people that were like from this guy being like, I'm from Pakistan. And like, how do you know that? And then it's like, dude, I mean, I do have X and I can kind of like cross-reference things. And even with X was I know, newsflash, guys. There's misinformation on X. Oh, no! I've broken the internet, guys. Oh, no. Oh, God, I never got to Kid Rock. All right, let's ball with the ball. Ball with the ball. Digga, digga, shiggy, digga, biggy, the buck.
You know, this story is honestly beyond parody. Genuinely, this sounds like a headline coming straight from The Onion, but it's real. We just learned that one of Donald Trump's BFFs, Kid Rock, had his business operations disrupted, delayed, and obstructed by the entity that Trump has been funding and pushing forward relentlessly, which is ICE. So ICE directly lost Kid Rock money, and Kid Rock implicitly or explicitly is admitting throughout all of this that he relies on the very immigrant labor that he then demeans in the Oval Office with Donald Trump. I mean, before I break down this article that reads, Kid Rock's restaurant workers asked to go home to avoid rumored ICE raids, Lord have mercy. Can we just talk about the broader impacts that Trump's tariff policy and his deportation policies have had?
How is Kid Rock gonna go and make freaking Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville look fucking cool?
On businesses.
Come on, man.
Starting off with, you know, the tariffs. Idaho farmers and small health products companies will struggle even with Trump's 30% tariff rate. You know, Trump's gone back and forth between 150% tariffs, 145, 30% tariffs, and then he had Liberation Day tariffs. All of this unpredictability has, number one, hurt small businesses within the US. Number two, disincentivized capital investment, so people don't want to invest in an unpredictable economy, which hurts our economy. But number three, it's hurting farmers. Read this. Unless revoked or substantially reduced from the new 30%.
Yeah, they're going to get their subsidies, and we're somehow going to be left on the hook with that bill. Come on,
tariffs,
man.
President Donald Trump's China
And honestly,
tariff will wipe out the investments made in our small family business.
Actually, that's something I should do. I should do
kill our
little bit more
manufacturing
research
plant
on the
here
farming
in
thing.
Boise. Now, this is a local news.
Bosch did a really good take about that. I hate to bring him up again, but he did actually do like a in-depth thing. And then I remember Kowalski from Nebraska also was like, yeah, you know what? We do take a little bit more off the top than we should.
Paper. When I talk to my friends and neighbors about the continuing uncertainty,
talking about the soybeans.
I hear similar expressions of frustration about the
Trump making up numbers like his golf
impact
score.
of tariffs on American businesses. For decades, my husband has specialized in producing high-quality health products, from protein or energy powders to supplements with vitamins and custom ingredients. We sold products in the United States, but as the market became saturated, they expanded.
That's why I'm going to have my face on the $1 billion. Not just billion, the billion.
Poland, Brazil,
It's
Thailand.
36
A few
trillion.
weeks ago, a Chinese company
He
requested
just
products
chooses a
from
random
us
number.
and said it was unable to make products that it was
Wait,
unable
why do
to
you guys have a $36 trillion bill? Because our
Despite the
president's an it. He's a
trade
total
war,
asshole.
many Chinese consumers prefer American
Wait,
foods.
am I talking about myself?
And the ever-changing tariffs have killed any progress this company was making. All right, but what about the deportations that Trump promised? I mean, we said relentlessly throughout his campaign that there are three main problems with mass deportations. Number one, it's not logistically sound. How are you going to do this without tanking the economy, without mass violence, and without just being inhumane? Well,
I
now
was
we know
about
that.
to say, wait a minute, he's clickbaiting us. He's clickbaiting us because he just went through like the ball with the ball, and now he's making this about farmers. You clickbaited me.
I don't have a problem with that. But
Number
number
go
two,
back to the ball with the ball.
it's
I
not
want to know why
viable.
Kid Rock is mad.
It's not viable for
No.
many reasons, including
No.
this.
Why is Kid Rock
Site.
mad? No, we need to know why Kid Rock's mad. Go back to
the
Kid
case
Rock.
on larger dairy farms with hundreds or
All right,
thousands
cool.
of cows.
We get
According
it.
to
Dairy
Farm Action,
farms
only
are in trouble, but why is
2.5%
Kid
of
Rock mad?
dairies produce nearly 45% of American
Outside
raw
of,
milk.
you know, his
and this brings me
workers.
on to the most ironic one. Now, here's the thing. Before I got into the Kid Rock irony story, I wanted to
Dude, do not drink anything at Kid Rock's establishment because, yeah, they probably don't have dishwashers right now.
talk about the serious effects on small business owners and even
I think I'm dead serious. That's why he's probably complaining because he's just like, wait a
class
minute,
family.
this is how you like shut down my
who
business.
many of the time don't have $500 for an emergency, yet Trump wants them to
Oops.
pay an extra
Fucking
$2,000
dude.
in tariff.
Oh my God, this really does prove our point that like all they have to do is just like have it like just wait. All we have to do is just wait for them to just vote for something or for Trump to make a mistake that finally hits them.
So I wanted to make sure we
We're approaching the running man.
some actual solid stories before the Kid Rock
Haley Boo's
irony
Christine
story
Nolan
comes
wants
into play.
migrants
If
to
you've made it
compete for
this far,
citizenship on Hunger
drop
Games
some blue
style
hearts
reality
and
show.
make sure you hit a like on the video. Also, YouTube keeps unsubscribing people from the Adam Mockler channel. Scroll down. This
is true.
This is the Adam
They are doing that. Like they're
Mockler channel.
But it's also because it's dead subs. Like, you know, you gotta keep people engaged there, guy. I don't know. See, now this is where I don't want to be too much of that guy, but once I hit, like, if I hit a mill I think I get like a little less, you know, guys, you gotta hit that, you guys. But because I am at like, what am I even at? I haven't checked in a while. I think I was at like 1177 last time I checked. No, 1277. So James Carville was right. Let's not say that those words together on this. I'd almost rather say Trump is right than him. Weird. Actually, bait and switch Mockler. All right, guys, let's do it. All right, so Ethan Klein is actually suing content creators, and Noah Samsen is going to finally break down the extent of what's going on and just how much of a case Ethan might have. So, which is, I mean, hey, let's get all the information we can.
It's the disparity in the view counts.
Whoa.
Hey everyone, it's me, Noah, long time no see. Today I'm going to talk about being sued, or being threatened with a lawsuit at least. I haven't actually been sued yet. Ethan Klein and Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers have said that they plan on suing me for defamation. They're doing this in response to a video I posted in March
I didn't know Muda was
called
on
the
this.
YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. I brought up these legal threats in another video of mine, but they decided to escalate things by paying a lawyer to write a cease and desist, which they sent to me in late March. And in it, they ordered me to retract my video within 3 weeks or get my little ass sued. Ethan Klein went on to read the cease and desist on his live stream and repeat this threat over and over again on subsequent episodes.
He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you. Wait. I'm literally going to sue you
Does
for
Ethan just randomly shave his eyebrows?
defamation. Noah said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with it. And unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be having much fun with it.
He didn't respond to my video by his own admission. He just read what his lawyer wrote for him and then said that his full response would happen in court.
I know he wants me to respond to every point in his video, which I will do in a much more formal setting.
I hate Noah's Bambi
Oh, what do you mean by that? And I can't wait for you. You know, you can do your cute little videos and all that kinds of business on your YouTube channel. But when it comes to, you know, I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I and Mutahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
Despite all of the threats from these guys, as I said at the outset, I haven't been sued yet. It's been over 3 weeks since the retraction deadline, and as you may see on my channel, the video is still up. Here's a clip of the last time Ethan even mentioned it, which was over 2 weeks ago.
Noah Samsen, he has missed his deadline. Actually, Mutahar is in the chat. What did he say? Did you see that Noah's apparently moving out? Yeah, he's sorry, no video, been moving, etc. Video coming soon. It's amazing how nobody wants to respond to me. Everybody goes cold feet. If you're going to level an attack against me, the least you could do is respond.
God, I love this, man. Why?
Dude, why? He really is just such a catty bitch. Like,
why won't you play with me?
I mean, what? Is he going to make a video about me now because I called him a catty bitch?
Why does no one want to play with me? Come on. Ever since the retraction deadline passed, the ball has been in...
Like some Gen Z blue stale facial expression with a 70s
Ethan's
porn
court,
mustache.
not responding to a cease and desist.
I'll be honest, his content was really hard for me to watch, but he made some good stuff about Palestine, and I finally was just like, all right, maybe I can watch
a response on its own, right? According to these people, I'm still actively defaming them because my video is still public. So
I don't know. As far as video essayists go, I still try to go, like, when Mooncat has a new video, I will sit there and watch that whole thing.
It's on them
Shout out Mooncat.
to do something about it. But again, aside from some beautiful bills, my mailbox remains empty. If you're wondering where I've been, there's a few reasons I haven't really been able to post much. I've had some personal things going on. I recently moved. I also got doxxed by a certain community of fans of a certain podcast, which I'll talk about in another video. But one of the things that I've been dealing with is preparing for the possibility of being sued. This was all new to me. I've never been sued, and I've never sued anybody, so I had to spend some time and money learning about defamation law and talking to lawyers and free speech organizations. One thing I was definitely advised was to not post for a little while because, you know, anything said online would very likely be used against me in a potential lawsuit. Now, it is possible that these people might still sue me because rich people can do whatever they want, whenever they want, including sue whoever they want at any time for any
The thing is, the reason he's not going through with these lawsuits is because he does know that he's instantly going to lose more of his audience because listen, if he's playing games, that's Ethan being Ethan, and that's why like they tune in for his crash out. You do understand that half of his audience hates him, right?
Reason. But it's worth noting that Ethan has also been a bit preoccupied in recent weeks, going beast mode in some live debates in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
What is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're oh wow, who knew? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I despise when people are just like, I got this wife who I go home and I totally sleep with and doesn't hate me, and then I also I got like my kids who also are, you know, totally they don't totally annoy me, and also like it's like
okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one.
And I wish I had a cool race car bed.
Another
he wishes he
very
could have
real
a cool race car bed.
defamation lawsuit that
we're all Milhouse's dad.
He's currently losing to a former billionaire, which is a thing that's actually happening right now. He could be on the hook for a lot of money, which is crazy. So maybe he's just busy and going to get around to it eventually. Personally, though, I don't
he was
think
so petty.
they're going to follow through with these threats
for
a few reasons, but the biggest one is just that they,
especially the end, like that was bad.
Don't have a case. I think it's pretty clear that this cease and desist was sent to me with one goal, which was intimidation. It was an attempt to silence my criticism of these creators' genocide, apologia, and participation in baseless smear campaigns against pro-Palestine creators and movements.
All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize for everything he said and did, admit he was either lying or ignorant, and erase the video, and also disgrace, and just accept the disgrace that is basically lying about 2 people being pro-genocide, which is one of the most twisted, fucked up things you can accuse someone of.
This sort of thing often works because most people just don't have the resources to deal with a lawsuit. In my case, I don't have the resources either, but what I do have is an audience of people that have been very vocally supportive of the potential for contributing to a legal fund. I'll be honest though, I would prefer it if they didn't sue me. Not because I think they have a case, nor because I don't think we can raise the money. It's just that I don't feel comfortable fundraising for legal fees right now, given the...
You don't have any. That's bullshit. Doing an anticipatory fucking... a fundraiser for a possible
many better places that money could go.
Pep talks, are you dating Wash?
Like aid for the people being subjected to this ongoing genocide. Seeing as they haven't sued me yet, that's what we're gonna do. That's what this video is for.
I like how I just answered that.
It's a fundraising video. I started a fundraiser for UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. The donation link is in the description. I'll also be hosting a fundraising live stream with some special guests and some gaming and hanging out and other things of the sort, which will start on Saturday, May 17th.
So you're going through with it.
At 2 p.m.
You're going through with it. See, at least during the Illuminati saga, I'm not sure if you guys are up to date on that one, but it was pretty bad, where she was suing a bunch of like the people who she worked with, and like it was a bad situation. He, like the main guy that she was suing, he had all of the like paperwork, and he was just like, guys, I am getting sued. This is my court date. This is some disingenuous bullshit that makes me kind of go, what?
Pacific time, and probably go for a few days. I don't usually stream, but I'm thinking playing some.
I don't know, guys. If he was looking for like something, like if he was looking to give Ethan a gift in the form of content of like, look at this guy I'm not even suing him and he's grifting. Like, you just did it.
Games,
Good job.
maybe set up an air mattress and do a sleeping stream. I've seen that before. It looks fun. I've set the goal at $200,000 because that's what I was actually quoted as being a safe amount to fundraise in order to be able to afford a potential prolonged legal battle against
And then what?
Ethan and Mutahar, which is crazy, right? That's a lot of.
So you're going to do it with one of the ones that instantly credits the money back the second that the lawsuit doesn't happen, right?
Money. But I was also thinking we could show them that that's a figure we can achieve if we need to, and instead of it going to a lawyer for some bullshit YouTuber lawsuit, it would go to Gaza. If these guys actually do decide to sue
Then give it to Gaza.
me, though,
Then just give it to Gaza.
in terms of the
Because who are you giving it to? Are you working with a charity? Yo, dude, like, this is giving me some bad vibes. I gotta say, like, this is
lawsuit again.
All
I'm
right,
not
man.
too worried. I told the
If
truth.
you don't think this is gonna blow up in your face, okay. I mean, you're probably gonna make your money. You're definitely gonna do it, but I don't think that this is gonna help you, and I don't think that this is gonna also help you in the potential defamation
and
case. To be
said what I
completely real,
believed, and I'm prepared to defend it in court should it
Whatever,
make it
man.
that far.
Guys, you know H3? They have way more money than me. So, in anticipation for them, because they have all this money and they're rich and they could just do it at a will at any time, I need to make sure that I have a nest egg of $200,000.
If that does happen, I'll just.
I mean, I'm actually speaking for me now. I mean, if we have to worry about the defamation game, then hey, why can't I
do another fundraiser, I guess, and then we can donate whatever we don't use once the case gets dropped. It could be a little or it could be a lot. That all depends on how long these guys want to drag this out. I want to talk.
You mean not at all because they haven't filed a fucking case against you? You
a bit more.
What the fuck is he doing?
More about the.
I'm sorry, guys. Has anybody else called this out like this? Because I gotta say, this is. Wow.
Case, the cease and desist, and a few other things. But first, we need to do a sponsor break. I gotta do sponsors because my videos get demonetized and I don't post that much. So
it's funny because this video is monetized too. It's actually monetized, and yeah. Guys, I'm sorry. This is. Wow. Wouldn't Noah have to have a decent chunk of revenue now? Yeah.
Support me on Patreon if you want to stop seeing them. Thank you to Delete Me for very briefly. .com. It really seems like none of the people that are supporting or promoting this lawsuit have any clue what defamation actually is. So
again, nobody's supporting the lawsuit. There is no lawsuit. You disingenuous fucking.
I want to go over that very briefly.
Calling somebody a supporter of a genocide is a very different thing than saying somebody's career is cooked, or saying that somebody fell off, or making a video about an internet.
Yet, hold on. Isn't Denham's suing Ethan?
Drama. One of them is a
How
real.
about you guys stop abusing the fucking system to be cunts? How about you stop?
Legitimate thing.
What the fuck is going on with the online communities where this is all of a sudden the way that you just get back at people? Is I'm gonna abuse the lawsuit, the American lawsuit system. You know, this thing that I actively have protested against on my stream and talked about.
Thing where people are bad. And the fact is that
I'm sorry, guys. I lost a lot of respect for this dude in this video. And we're only 8 minutes into a 31-minute video.
Different than just a drama slop thing.
All for Ethan Klein lawsuit response. You mean the non-lawsuit response because the lawsuit has not been filed.
This is completely different.
For someone to be found liable for defamation, there's a few bars that need to be reached. First, the plaintiff must.
Yeah, but to see the left playing this fucking game.
Establish
come
that
on,
the
man.
allegedly defamatory claim,
and just this also kind of plays into Ethan. Just call Ethan on his bullshit. The easiest way to get like Ethan to just not sue you is just be like, hey, I thought you were a free speech advocate. Hey, I thought H3 literally made its bones by, I don't know, being the ones to define fair use on YouTube, but I guess we just forgot about that.
Is a statement of fact. Next, that statement of fact must be provably false. It also must have caused demonstrable damages to the plaintiff's finances or reputation. And lastly, the statement has to have been made with actual malice. Actual malice is a legal standard. It's the highest legal standard for defamation claims, and it's only applied to public figures. Basically, it means that the defamatory statements have to be proven to have been made with the existing knowledge that these statements were false. Now, the first hurdle of Ethan and Mutahar's lawsuit threat is establishing that claim 1, that they backed the genocide, evidenced by my video.
Actually, I disagree. Destiny's, he actually has criminality there. Like he has provable criminality. He broke laws in LA, Florida, and other states. Sorry.
Title and thumbnail is a proven
revenge porn is
false statement of fact.
Like that is something that he does have to face in court. That is something that, you know what? I do support that one.
Immediately
defamation lawsuits? That's fucked up.
Fail here.
This, you said you're meanie bobini about me and you said something that wasn't true.
Though, because it's not a statement of fact, it's an opinion. It's the conclusion of the arguments and evidence I presented in my video.
Like you're all becoming little Donald Trumps, just like, I don't like what you said about me. You know what? I'm gonna sue you.
Defamation cases, when distinguishing between opinion and fact.
You know what? This guy didn't like what he said about me, so now I'm gonna be worried about being sued. Guys, actually, you know what? Under these pretexts, I should start a GoFundMe for just in case with Donald Trump's administration. If I get locked up, I should have enough bail money, right? So guys, after my mom's memorial fund, I'm going to try and raise $300,000 for my bail fund.
Broader context of where the statements were made must be considered. In the cease and desist, the lawyer they paid to...
I just won't say anything about it except that.
Right.
They'll be like, for what?
For them chose to ignore this broader context, opting instead to single out one word in the video's title, the word backed, characterize that word using one definition from a single source, and then argue that that word, solely using the definition I
can't believe he made this video. Dude, this is...
They've interpreted it to mean is a statement of fact and also a false one. And not only that, but this falsehood is one that I lied about maliciously. When evaluating defamation claims, headlines are not typically treated as
statements. I got a friend that's a paralegal that might...
It's a fact
cool.
When the articles themselves explain how this
conclusion
was reached. That's what my video was for. You know, it was an hour long. I know for a fact that Ethan accused me of defaming him before he'd even watched it, based on the title and the thumbnail alone. If I had to guess, I would say that the decision to threaten a lawsuit came from this knee-jerk reaction to my video's title and thumbnail, and that knee-jerk reaction was never re-examined because it didn't need to be. Ethan has money and time, and no one in his life that is willing to challenge him on something like this, especially not his lawyer who he is paying. So whatever he thinks and says is truth. So how do they go about trying to prove this claim of defamation? Well, it's pretty interesting. They actually go with the no, I didn't defense. They essentially claim, we couldn't have possibly supported a genocide because elsewhere we have said that we don't. We said that genocide is bad, so we are exempt from any criticism.
Actually, all they have to prove is they didn't have permission to share them, and then that's covered under that law.
For any other things we may have said that
the harm requirement isn't as strict on that one.
You actually support a genocide. For this point, one of the quotes that they cite is Mutahar saying, "I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong." Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar. Aside from that being just false.
Man, he's just doubling down, huh?
False. Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a HASAN bad smear campaign. If that's not fear.
Honestly, his smartest thing would just to be like doing response videos to the whole thing, not making edited YouTube comments is what I almost said. Content.
I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice. But even if it were true.
Did he really just use that word? Bro, honestly, and you want to sit here pretending like you're some hero here? Bro.
It wouldn't matter. Pointing to examples of lip service doesn't just cancel out other things you've said. Like if someone...
Like, you're actively making me kind of hope that he does sue you and that he does win.
And says that
it's like... Bro.
Kill someone and then later says that they didn't. It's not defamation to talk about the first statement without quoting the latter. I didn't think that defense would end up being used by an actual lawyer, but it did, and that's hilarious. Their lawyer is aware of that too, of how unserious this is, as evidenced by his total lack of citations for any case law in this section. This whole claim, the one that's supposed to be the most prominent one, is just blank, and that's because there is no legal precedent for the no idea.
Okay. Oh my God. Then it's like they don't have any case, so why would you even care?
Defense. They're just completely going off vibes. The rest of the cease and desist is just sort of funny to read. A lot of it is them saying, Your Honor, he clip chimped me. Your Honor, he literally didn't even watch the video. They spent like 3 pages attempting to debunk a Bad Empanada video essay because I cited it, which is just sort of awesome. It's been said plenty of times already.
That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny that, like, I will say that an attorney had to sit down and write that up.
Bad Empanada included, but you can't litigate a historical argument in civil
drama.
court. That's not what civil court is for, and that's not what defamation is. There's one part in the letter where, in an attempt to evidence my malicious intent, their lawyer cites the disparity in the view counts of my videos, accusing me of the legal violation of clout farming. This statement demonstrates that you intended to not just have third parties spread defamatory statements about Ethan, but profit from those defamatory statements. You proved this point yourself when your video entitled Manufacturing Consent for Genocide failed to receive many views, particularly in comparison to the first defamatory video. You made the second defamatory video to further profit from your...
The other thing that if they can prove that he kept changing the title to get clicks, that it can also hurt him.
Defamatory statements about Ethan. Your Honor, Noah fell off and tried to climb back to relevance by putting my client's name in his mouth. I encourage people to make videos about Ethan because I think the things he's saying are harmful.
You're encouraging people to set themselves up for a defamation lawsuit when they don't have the same means for protection because they don't... Fuck you. Seriously, Noah. I hope that you see this, dude. Like, you're seriously condoning your audience doing the same thing where they could have the same repercussions because you're so worried about it, right? How in the fuck does this make sense?
I think he's spreading pro-Israel propaganda talking points during Israel's active genocide.
This video right here, like watching this and me reacting to it is going to...
The Palestinian people in Gaza. And so far, that's been happening. People are making videos and...
Can I sue him because I'm about to lose monetization on this video because I can't stand him?
More people.
Manufacturing consent for genocide.
People are being exposed to the arguments against these ideas that I think are harmful. Their assumption here, though, that these videos could only have been made for nefarious, self-interested aims, that's just pure projection, I think. For these guys, everything is about views and internet fame, you know.
Guys, you don't get to use the genocide in Gaza for not being called an asshole for clout farming and doing some, and literally, you can't do that. You can't just be like, look, I'm morally better. Look, you're on my side, right? Because genocide. Like, that's what he's doing. And if you don't see that, like, I don't know
Everyone
what to
is
tell you
cynical
guys.
And self-interested, and no one actually believes the things that they say.
Just because he's good at selling you on, like, being, I don't know, genuine, which...
Insofar as those beliefs are able to get eyes on their content. There's no way you could be criticizing someone based on any sort of genuine political motive. No, you must just be wanting to jump in on the dog pile, to cash in and grow an audience of snarkers that are there not because they're...
Weird, again,
against genocidal propaganda, but simply because they don't like you. For no reason.
Profiting off genocide is
Even
worse.
when you're being a perfect little angel.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Actually, you could argue that that's what he's doing.
During the Nakba.
You could.
900,000 Jews were forced to choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs.
Maybe it's just because they're anti-Semitic. That's probably it.
Like, actually, yeah, you could. Because if he's using, like, all right, so he's making video content to make it informative video content, but okay, if he's profiting off that, then he's profiting off the genocide in Gaza.
They're probably all anti-Semitic. Right? Anyone that doesn't like me is anti-Semitic. Ethan through his lawyer, ascribes all of that to me because that's who he is. But, you know, not everyone is like that. Some people just don't like it when you use genocidal talking points because they don't like genocide. And for them, that's a good enough reason on its own to make a YouTube video. What I also like about this one is that, you know, to argue that I'm self-interested, they cite a video I made
You are, though.
knowing full well that
You are.
it would get shadow banned and demonetized, which it did. If I just wanted views and money, I would not have made that video. To be frank, the reason
shadow bans do suck, and I will give them that.
I made that video was on a pretty simple, basic principle, which is
you're in trouble,
being against genocide. And that principle manifests itself in me wanting more people to know about how the media is normalizing this genocide. That same principle is why I made the videos about these guys.
Everyone is self-interested at this point. Yeah, but he's being kind of a douchebag by like being like, but I'm not. So preemptively give me money just in case.
When YouTubers are in the thumbnail, more people click on the video.
I'm not going to drop that point. This is really stupid.
Ethan is aware of this phenomenon. Obviously, he's used it for me and many others. It is unfortunate that more people care about what their favorite e-celebs have to say about each other than an active genocide. But that's the frame of reality we're working within on the internet.
I hate the fact that people have to play that game.
And I don't know, I think people are doing...
Ethan was funny. Like, he was funny up until it became a literally obsession where it got old. And honestly, like, it was like, dude, enough.
Doing what they can to try to change that.
And then on top of it, it lost any ability to really stay funny, because the second that you do, like, you mention the G word or you mention Israel, then it just... all of a sudden HASAN, all of a sudden it's 2 hours about that again.
Or at least use it for positive goals, like getting more people to learn about the genocide. And to an extent, for some people, this seemed to work. You know, I got a lot of comments saying they hadn't heard about what's happening in Gaza or about how bad things actually were until that video was recommended to them. And for most people, the only reason it was recommended to them is because I framed it around what some guys on the internet think about it. That was what I'd hoped would happen. Believe me or don't, it doesn't matter. What matters is that factually, some people learned about the genocide and they wouldn't have learned about it if I hadn't used these creators as examples. And the same is true for creators like Bad Empanada or...
So with this talking point, just use like Mr. Beast. Why don't you tag Mr. Beast in this? I mean, if that's the goal.
Overzealots or
what are you
Chris
talking
Kunzler
about? And if you're so like okay with this, then why not?
And more. And
like, dude, he doesn't understand. Like, if I was a lawyer, I would actually look at him and just be like, no.
Anyone else that wants to join in
Keep
and
your
use
money.
The algorithm for
you're gonna need
good.
it.
And they certainly wouldn't have learned about the genocide from any of these creators themselves.
I mean, the fact that he's making this video, that's pretty stupid. I'm gonna be real. Like, he took a hiatus, didn't make any content because he was worried about what it might be used for, right? Against them, huh? But the second that he's in a position to ask his larger audience for money to I'm calling it, guys.
Because despite their claims,
especially for how like blatantly he was one of the guys that kind of was like the, you know, his son's $2 million house bullshit
about it.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
None of them ever.
God, these are the creators that do freaking just annoy the crap out of me.
Or talk about it at all, aside from when they're, you know, basically smearing its opponents and running cover for the country that's committing it.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals.
Outside of that, silence. As an aside, I think it's still open to debate as to whether or not this tactic is worth it. Like, is it worth the trade-off to get this information in front of more people when the conversation...
Actually, no. The entire conversation's now turned because the Trump administration does have interest there. They are there. They are listening. So that I actually thought about this because somebody had made the point that it's like they're protesting AOC and Bernie because they need to put, if they can't push them left, then, or they can't be consistent, then who will be? It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. They're not the ones in power to do anything, to actually change anything. Honestly, protesting the Trump administration, recognizing Palestine, saying free Palestine, and honestly, making the other Trumpers uncomfortable. Like, now's the best time to just be like, okay, guys, so you guys love yourself some Trump, right? What do you think about his new stance on Palestine and how he just became the left's best friend? Because immediately they're going to have to play that, well, am I still a Zionist?
Can so quickly turn from the issues and into creator drama. In this latest chapter,
what you're doing? How do you not see that's what you're doing?
I don't think it was. Granted, I didn't really expect that these people would be petty enough or dumb enough to actually sue me or threaten to, but I probably should.
Is this what happens when you start making content before you're 24? Like, your brain just still isn't baked, like...
So that's on me. That
I mean, mine was.
debate, though, is open only
Still
to
is.
people that actually care about and talk about the genocide. Not you, or you, or you, or any of your freak show fans.
Okay, so this really does kind of actually come down to, like, you don't have authority to speak on this because you don't know about it. You don't, like... I get that they're annoying. I get that sometimes, yeah, they make some fucking mistakes, but realistically, dude, if you're hitting Asmongold, really? Like, if he's the Zionist shill,
fan base.
like, for real, bro, I think you've lost the plot here.
As far as that first group of people go.
And I'm the farthest thing from an Asmongold fan that you can find, surprisingly.
Those the people whose input I care about.
I say surprisingly because I've been...
They have been mostly supportive of these efforts. Do whatever you can to get the word out to as many people as possible. That's the feedback I've been getting. So that's what...
By the way, just a complete aside. Did you guys see that, like, whole thing where, like, he had cockroaches, like, crawling on...
Trying to do. But again, that might not always be the case, and that is subject to change. Aside from the cease and desist being, a joke, the other main reason I'm down to clown in court is because Ethan keeps proving my point over and over again. Like, every day that passes and every time he opens his mouth on his show, he continually proves that my allegedly defamatory claim that he is backing a genocide is actually very correct. In the very stream he was supposed to be disproving the assertion that he supports genocide, he brought out the most explicit IDF talking points he'd used to date.
I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals.
The talking point he's using there, that Hamas builds command and control centers under hospitals, has been Israel's primary justification for the systematic destruction of Gaza's healthcare infrastructure for over 19 months now. That talking point is a justification for one of the key elements of Israel's approach to genocide. It's genocidal propaganda. There's no other way to put it. He is sharing genocidal propaganda to millions of people. A few episodes later, Ethan and his wife Hila downplayed Israel's mass-targeted assassinations of journalists by claiming that the IDF doesn't do that.
It's not like Israel. Look, it's not like Israel's.
He took shit for that
one. Do a precision strike on HASAN. They don't fucking. Dude, it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
Okay, I don't like that banner's right. It's right over my.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Yes, they do. They do that more than anyone ever, actually. It's the last possible group of people on.
The reason I can't stand these guys, though, is like because they'll still use like the points about and again, Hila has had some really bad takes, but they keep using specifically the one about her talking about, I think, Ben-Gvir, and she literally retracted that not even 2 minutes into that conversation. So it's one of those situations where they totally clipped it and then they just ran with it.
On Earth that you could claim doesn't.
Like, I hate disingenuous bullshit like that. Whether it be from the left, right, don't care. Like, if I find out that it's like, oh, wait, so you made that into rage bait. Okay.
Intentionally target journalists. This is just pure misinformation that is used to run cover for Israel as it commits a genocide. A major factor of which is limiting people's exposure to the atrocities they are committing. And the most direct way they can do that.
Like, yes, like, you're not going to have, like, there's no way that I'm going to sit here and argue that, Ethan doesn't have some of the, like, talking points just, like, ready to go.
Is by assassinating journalists over and over again. A couple weeks ago, in a debate with Sam Cedar, Ethan continued to expose himself as a propagandist for Israel's genocide. He repeatedly blamed Palestinians.
The funniest thing is, in retrospect, if everybody just shut the fuck up about this and didn't have to play the I'm more outraged about genocide than you, guess what? They could have all worked together, they could have had tons of actual positive content about it, but now it's more about the creators fighting. It's not about Gaza. That's what you disingenuous asshole. You think that you're actually getting all of these clicks because of Gaza and not Ethan Klein lawsuit response? Dude, This is the part that really pisses me off.
In resistance for Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza.
They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the
war? By releasing the hostages?
Yeah, see, he's an idiot.
Listen, Israel has said time and time again.
He's an absolute
that
idiot.
The release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite.
At any time they could.
Galat. It was Galat. My bad.
What has Hamas done to end the war? What have they done to end the war?
The fact that I remember that guy.
Gone to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Being inevitable.
What I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction.
You really are digging
that. What happened?
By this logic, there is nothing Israel could do that can't be blamed on Hamas, which is a genocidal logic because they're committing genocide and doing exactly what he is doing here, blaming Hamas. This is the logic employed by the IDF and the Israeli state and its propagandists, and this sort of thing is what makes Ethan one of them. In this debate, Ethan also repeatedly conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which Sam Seder deconstructs pretty effectively, in my opinion.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher
I was like, was Sam on HASAN?
Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited any sort of positive
Ezra Klein versus Sam Seder is better than Ethan Klein versus Sam Seder.
feelings about the state of Israel.
We'll see.
I'm so serious about
this.
To me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people in your family.
You go in and you're making this about
it's like no, and Ethan's doing the same thing, and I'm gonna call it like I sees it, man. Like he's finding shit to be outraged about. Honestly, if you really asked him if he really cares about this, and like hooked him up to a lie detector, it wouldn't even ping.
Anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about
that's the kind of shit that really gets to me, man.
A poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. That is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is
and it's actually doing a disservice to the argument.
A fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time.
Not only is this another textbook defense used by the genocidal state of Israel, but what he's saying here is also anti-Semitic. He's using this poll to speak for all Jews.
Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora.
Lots of Jewish people think this thing, therefore criticizing that thing is anti-Semitic. Hey, man. No, it's not. The criticism is not about their Jewishness, it's about Israel. The only one here making it about their Jewishness is you. In the same conversation,
no, you guys do, like, I've seen enough conflation of IDF, Jew, then Jew, and then Israel. No. Don't be that disingenuous.
Blamed Palestinians for Israel's mass killing of peaceful Palestinian protesters with sniper fire during the Great March of Return in 2018.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers? No, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were.
Oh my God. he proved you wrong, so you're just going to completely double down and just be like, but they were there.
Attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
No, see, and this is okay. Like, you do not have to try and convince me that Ethan is ever wrong about this shit. Like, and enough people have tried. That's why I'm like pushing back against it. Where I'm like, guys, just because I say I've watched E3 or H3, just because I've like said that, yeah, I found him funny, or that even sometimes like agreeable on certain positions, even sometimes he'll make a good point about this stuff. Not this.
Order.
Like, and specifically in the debate against Sam, he looked really bad.
They were
not
really
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
We know where he got this talking point from, his friend Destiny, and we've seen him use that before a bunch of times.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the peaceful March of Return. All of this is like the peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the peaceful Great March of Return.
And we've gone over this before, but the human rights reports were very clear on what happened in 2018. Thousands of people were shot by IDF snipers, hundreds of them killed, while standing hundreds of meters from the fence. It's actually pretty insane that this talking point is still being used. Like, it's disgusting. Men, women, children, medics, aid workers, and disabled people were shot and killed. If your retort to this fact is, well, there was separate instances of violence at the border.
They were attacking the fence.
I mean, this is like arguing like, guys, they
were like trying to
it was perfectly okay for Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot those guys just because they were rioting.
Cross the border.
Whether you want to admit it or not, you are doing genocide propaganda. You are offering a moral justification for this violence. There are plenty more instances of this sort of thing in Ethan's debate with HASAN, which I could go over, but I feel like you get the point by now. If Ethan is really going to go through with his I don't support genocide lawsuit, he should probably stop using talking points that support genocide. These guys know that what they're doing here is wrong. In his announcement tweet a couple months back, Mutahar said, "I never want to financially harm or bring a lawsuit to a creator, but slander like this is far too extreme and unchecked. So at this time, we're exploring legal action."
If you're calling him, if you're literally saying, like, dude, here's my problem. Did you sit and watch his whole stream and just comment on it there? Or did you make a little clipped YouTube video that made it very convenient for your case? That's what I don't appreciate about this. He has the ability to do a live stream and to bring the receipts, to actually like go point for point for point for point. This is where I call out a little bit of the cowardice, because it's easier for him to sit behind his normal content where he can edit it the way that he wants, make himself look like, I mean, honestly, at what point has he even conceded that he might have been wrong?
I'm going to do this thing that I know is wrong and predatory, but I'm going to do it anyway.
No, you mean like, I don't know, asking people for money before you're even actively in a lawsuit?
Because I have no principles and you hurt my feelings.
Ah, well, I mean, at least you said it. Clip it, clip it, clip it.
Defamation is not saying extreme things. That's not what defamation
I'm seriously, like, dude, that
is, and it shouldn't take thousands of dollars and months, potentially years of our time to get these guys to understand that. It might, though, because they're rich, which is amazing.
Again, just because they're rich, guys, make sure that, you know, you can put him a little bit on that level so he can, I don't know, make a payment on a house, or I don't know. Like, again, his general, like, I don't know, if this doesn't happen, then I'll just send it to Gaza. Bullshit.
Beautiful system that we have.
I'm calling bullshit on that right now. The fact that he doesn't already have an organization lined up tells me just how genuine he is about that.
And then recall what Ethan said 8 years ago when he spoke about his experience of being sued by a...
But I better be careful, guys, because you know what? He might come after me.
More wealthy.
Because I'm a meanie bobini on the internet.
YouTuber.
It's unbelievable.
And it's easier, according to his logic, to go after smaller YouTubers.
Criminal item. The American justice system is just, it's how can you defend yourself? Like, you guys gave us $150,000 to fight this lawsuit. It's not enough. It's not even enough. And I'm just wondering, if we didn't have the backing and support of all you guys and the means to even throw $50,000 of our own money to defend this case, how would we ever stand up?
I just realized who he looks exactly like. He looks like Fat Mike from NoFX. Oh, I'm not going to be able to unsee that.
To this.
You put a freaking blue mohawk on him, and he is Fat Mike from No Effects.
It's like those with money in the legal system have the ability to
Although I'm pretty sure
destroy.
Fat Mike would not be a fan of Ethan right now.
And just defeat people on the grounds of I have more money, and you never would have a chance of defending yourself. It's obscene. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Ethan now constantly threatens lawsuits over creators he doesn't like.
He maybe just like that's where I'm gonna totally just say it. Ethan needs to stop that shit. Stop threatening to sue every fucking creator that says something mean about you, bro.
Creators
like, knock it off. Because that also kind of shows his ass. That does kind of show that, yeah, guys, he is worried about losing audience share. He does pay attention to his sub count. He does know that he's not exactly popular in the landscape of the internet outside of all this because he decided to do this. Listen, I have a few friends, right, that are well, I'm not sure if they watch anymore, but they brought up how, like, the HASAN stuff was when they just were like, yeah, I started looking for different stuff.
That say things that are mean.
Gee, I wonder if maybe they don't want to constantly hear, like, number one, the H3 audience, not exactly political. Then on top of that, they don't want to hear about your drama with one specific guy over and over and over and over.
About him.
When I'm done with Noah.
And that, but in Ethan's mind, it's Hasan's cronies are attacking him. They're DDoSing him or whatever.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fuck.
Does anybody have an answer for why he keeps shaving his eyebrows?
And cockroach.
What is
You're
with
full
this
of shit,
guy?
bro. You're not going to do shit. And I'll tell you who's going to do shit. Me. I'm coming. Okay? So you're not safe either. Just wait. Keep talking that shit.
He has become the villain, and if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, he retains Alan Dershowitz, we get Richard Goldstone on the bench in a Zionist kangaroo court. That would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone...
But you're doing this, like, you're literally... this is all theoretical, bro. This is all theoretical. Make the ha-has, but he hasn't done anything. Listen, the fact that Denims filed a lawsuit, at least with that one, there was substance behind it because she, honest to God, does believe that she was defamed. She thinks that, it affected her career. The funniest part is she doesn't have a great case. And I love how other, lawyers have pointed out that it's just like, yeah, her merit isn't really there. Honestly, Ethan can fight that.
Someone's opinions about you.
Pretty easily, too.
You should.
But it's going to end up hurting her.
Should respond to it.
Because proving defamation and the loss of revenue, any of that, is so effing hard in the courts. You don't understand it. You don't have a realistic, a understanding about it.
So,
the only creator that I'll honestly say has, a modicum of this understanding now is Atozi. Atozi has been sued, and he saw the lawsuit through. He was one of the guys that successfully did this. I'm almost thinking that's where this guy got the, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll ask my audience,
Like an adult in the court of public opinion, not pay a lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email, video essay.
Oh my God. And the fact that this guy's never gotten a C&D before, bro.
Pretty clear that he's done most of this.
I'm pretty sure that this guy thinks he's getting evicted after he misses one landlord or one payment to his landlord, and his landlord puts a little notification on his door just like, hey, you missed something. Oh, I'm getting evicted.
To make money and for content, which is kind of funny because defamation.
Guys, hold on. Look, they put a note on my door. Gotta record it real quick. Gotta get the views. Look, guys, can you support me?
It's supposed to be the other way around. He's made tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Guys, make no mistake. Do not conflate the fact that it's I am not shitting on helping a creator, wink, wink. What I'm doing here is pointing out just how insane this is, that he's got a theoretical lawsuit that he wants you to pay for.
Off of my alleged defamation. I don't know how that factors into proving damages, making a bunch of money, more money than you would have made without it. I don't know. But
this would be warranted if he could actually show that they did go to court and they actually filed a lawsuit against him. But until then, don't give this putz any money.
I guess we'll find out, maybe. I would close with some point about right-wing free speech hypocrisy, because a lot of these people supported this lawsuit despite claiming to want free speech.
I do think people that make up bullshit like this probably do need to have a degree of accountability, especially if they're saying and making claims like that you're a supporter.
God, I hate the fact that Asmongold's a certifiable idiot. Like,
of a genocide.
The problem with him is he's like me, except with less smoke. Like, he doesn't smoke, so he doesn't have the excuse, and he doesn't know politics. Like, he did that as like the grift, and I call it the grift on his end because his audience was growing up. They were growing out of the Minecraft bullshit, and they were looking, oh, it's popular, the Trump stuff, culture war stuff, and we like trolling. Trolling's fun.
I think this is a very extreme claim to make. It's not like you just say this out of the blue, right? And because of that, I do think that there should be some degree of accountability for it.
But it's not even worth it. This is the most predictable
all right, that is
thing that has ever happened on
that's
Earth.
Profoundly
The
stupid.
Zionist and right-wing lip service about free speech is not an actual principle. Of course it's not. It's a tool. Sometimes
you're using Asmongold as your go-to here. Really?
Sometimes that tool is a shield to defend their right to be racist loudly online.
Honestly, Shoe on Head would have been a better one to call out on that one.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
And sometimes it's a sword
and you're
to
an idiot because what do you
attack people who
the fact
criticize
that he even
them
had the confidence to say that
doing that.
It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
None of these people actually care about any of these issues. Their support for a cause is
No,
entirely.
but you do. So make sure that you give him his money. Like, honestly, that right there. Ew. This is the shit that makes me uncomfortable as a creator asking you guys for support, is that.
Stated by whether or not they like the
God,
people
this guy
that are
really
supporting
bothers
that
me.
cause, whether or not they have some sort of content creator.
I'm sorry if you guys are Noah Samsen fans, but
it also means
I am not.
Myself included, need to stop treating it as if it's anything other than that, with the exception being using these morons to educate people. I think that's good. I think people should keep doing that. All right, so anyways, that's all I have to say about the lawsuit stuff. Ethan and Mutahar, if you are not suing me, that's great. I would prefer that, so I don't have to fundraise for legal fees during a genocide. If you are actually going to sue me, though, please just let me know. I'll fundraise again. You will probably lose the anti-slap motion.
Well, then that's when you fundraise, but you're going to fundraise. How come he moved during a genocide? How could he? How could he have any improved material conditions during this genocide?
And have
like, honestly, guys,
to pay
like, this
my
is the
legal
shit
fees.
that's the shit that bothers the crap out of me.
And we'll just be wasting a bunch of time and money, which in the grand scheme of things is not that big of a deal.
Bro.
I'll be fine, but that will be annoying. So let me know, please. Viewers, if you can, donate to the Gaza Aid fundraiser. I think we can raise a lot of money. I'll be going live starting Saturday, May 17th at 2 p.m. Pacific time and streaming for a few days and do some guests and other stuff. So
The Gaza, he's literally calling it the Gaza fundraiser with the intention of paying for a lawsuit. Guys, I'm not sure if this guy knows what the definition of disingenuous is, but he might want to look it up. Jesus Christ. I don't know, guys. As I said, I don't think that he doesn't have a good case for why you should give him money. He doesn't, honestly, he doesn't even recognize that it's no, I spent days looking into defamation. I took it very seriously because it's convenient for my pocketbook. I mean, I'm being a little disingenuous now with that. But, hey, you know what? Fair's fair. Whew. All right, guys. Well, I don't know. I would say I hope you enjoyed that content, but I know that it gave me a stomach ulcer, so I might have to go take me a Tums. Yikes. Went to the liquor store, Trump vodka on the bottom shelf, on sale for $5 for a fifth, and this was in a red area. Must be shit. Ugh, you know what? I'd rather drink brother piss than the Trump vodka. Trump vodka, not vodka. You know, it's because he can't read. They made it out of tomato, not potato. I'm sure it's water. Oh my god. it's literally like 1/5 vodka and the rest of it's, you know what? I put a little trick that I learned when I was 14 in my daddy's liquor cabinet. Even though, you know what, I do, of all the things, of all the bullshit that Trump has ever spewed, I actually do believe that he's never drank. I really do. I believe he's never drank, but when he's like, I've never done drugs, I've never done any hard drugs, it's just like, you said hard. There you go. It's like, did you remember that, you know, like certain amphetamines? I don't know. Allegedly. I gotta be careful because I don't want, you know, the president of the United States to come after me. So we say allegedly here. But just in case, guys, remember to donate to my $300,000 legal fund. That is, it's a preemptive legal fund that you guys can just chip into to make sure that just in cases I don't go to the Slamabama. God, I really am making a little too light of this. I bought the one next to it for $6.99. Once it's in a Bloody Mary, I can't taste the difference. God, one of my best friends just told me about a really good Bloody Mary mix. God, Meisters? I think it was Meisters? I'm gonna have to text them. I hate to admit it that before knowing Trump was a D-bag, it was really helpful to know a successful person in business was sober. Oh, yeah, see? I mean... Yeah. Okay. That is unfortunate, Mitesh, I will say, actually. I kind of just saw your disappointment, like, in real time, where you're just like, oh. I liked him on The Apprentice. You'll get whiskey dick. Not a lot of people know that. You'll get whiskey dick. I didn't want whiskey dick. Did he? Wait, I feel like he might have said that. Because he was on Howard Stern when he said it. I didn't know. I know that he said something about, like, it was the Batman, like, approach, like Bruce Wayne, where he's just like, I don't like to drink because I always want to be at 100%. I gotta be on always 100%. It's like, okay, they're done. Somehow him functioning at 100% is still, you know, our generous 40. What do you mean? Oh, God. I just realized I gotta pee. All right, we did it. We did that. Ooh, I got another interesting story about the quartering exposed by an ex-employee. There was a little expose on the quartering. You know, J-Man. Menards has a glued... What? Menards? Zattarini's also V8 mix. Oh, V8's the classic, but no, really. I didn't know Menards, like the hardware store. The thing is, I wouldn't be shocked. They got like random like snacks and shit that are like made by them where I was like, I'll be damned, that was really good. It's like Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's still has the best in-house stuff, let's be real. Yeah, we'll do the quartering thing. But here, I do have to pee. So, do I just start it? No. Wasn't the last time we covered the quartering he was doing some donation grift? Yeah, this is actually a little bit of an update on that too. Here, you know what? Screw it. I will let Lance, and I'll actually start it from this point. It'll give me...
on my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics.
90 seconds.
While we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, you know, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back.
Put over an entire team of journalists by firing them in the middle of the night while you were drunk because you wanted to sell a cookbook. I have all of the receipts, but honestly, you're not worth my damn time. I talked a little bit about this, but I figured I could put it into a full segment because, oh my god, I don't know if you saw this, but my coffee company is under attack. So saith the quartering.
That's right, doom and gloom for coffee brand coffee.
No. Oh no.
After all of my happiness earlier in the week, disaster, at the coffee brand coffee factory.
Oh no.
Not really, just a huge thank you to everyone who's supported.
Wait, sorry. This was clickbait. Oh, this was 3 years ago. Oh, so he was putting out videos, my coffee company is under attack 3 years ago. Almost like he does this all the time when he wants to grift his audience for more money. He'll suddenly put out the fucking unwashed transphobic wizard signal and be like, hey, by the way, everybody, I need more of your money to maintain my supreme wealth. I'm super rich. I'm very successful. So much so that I just own all these companies, but it's so hard with the woke. They come out of nowhere. So the woke is back. And so he released another one of these this year. This one is, they are trying to destroy my company. The woke leftists screwed me over and my staff.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this.
Oh, God.
But it appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, hey, I've got my MAGA Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio. Obviously, it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the coffee company has also been expanding.
Put a note in the I've got a cookbook coming up to help fund my studio part, because that becomes very relevant later.
To take on Amazon, to try and compete more with bigger names, and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves. And for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical, and that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the sleuths over at reddit.com/r/the Quartering is a Nazi did some research into his coffee company, and they uncovered quite a bit of evidence that does point towards it actually being a woman.
Woke coffee exposed.
World Tears coffee or something like that, but I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes. And we're trying to compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max.
We found out that his new office is technically his new house.
It's fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. And it's because I believe.
This was a little while ago, and it does sound really tragic, right? Apparently, and he's going to tell you in a couple seconds why, but the wokeness came for him. And because of wokeness and, basically people not wanting to work with him due to the woke, his companies are suffering. And I mean, that's, sad to hear that it comes to this, right? You try to be apolitical, you try to stay in the centrist lane, but eventually woke comes for us all.
Believe in the things that I'm doing, but now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this for sure, but right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags,
and flavor the beans,
like that.
whatever that means.
The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups, some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us,
hey, what's that? Go woke, go broke.
What's going on? We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling.
There you have it. That's how the woke got him. Even though he doesn't have any actual direct evidence that they did.
But I bet he supports the whole, but you don't bake those gays a cake thing.
In fact, reject printing his K-Cup boxes as a result of his
he's
political
very
beliefs.
Consistent,
he claims that it was because of the wokeness, and the wokeness came for him. He's also suffered immensely because of the woke for his previous businesses as well. If you didn't know, he tried to launch an independent media company in the same way that, say, there's the Daily Caller or Tim Pool has Tim Pool News, that kind of stuff. There was the Quartering's own specific media outlet, but that and all the writers, unfortunately, the whole thing collapsed, and we're not entirely sure the details of what happened behind the scenes. But ultimately, it really seems like this guy is trying his best to start up all of these anti-woke companies or industries, or even apolitical ones, but then wokeness effectively is destroying them, and that's really sad. And again, that was as far as we knew about the story back in the day. He starts beefing with someone publicly. This is completely separate from all of this, but starts saying this about this individual who happens to also be a piece of shit. I want to just reiterate it.
Good night, Tragic.
I'm not here to support her or her work. She's a right-wing Republican bigot in her own right. This is 100% just leopards. A story of leopards. And all of us, in fact, if you are not part of this little empire of Nazis, then you get to enjoy some feasting. Enjoy. Sit back and enjoy the feast. But the Quartering said, I've never publicly said one bad word about this woman. When our website closed up shop, I paid a severance out of my own pocket, even though we were broke and my business partner never contributed 1 cent. And somehow, I'm the bad guy. Fuck that. I'm sick of this. These losers want me to burn bridges. I will. I've been nothing but loyal. Beyond that, what any reasonable man would think is expected, and these losers are still talking shit. If I could charge back their severance, I would. My business partner is silent on the abuse I'm talking to. So he's referencing this individual who answers, I have zero time for your nonsense. Sarah Fields, who apparently used to work for the Quartering. I have zero time for your nonsense. I could write pages about you and how screwed over an entire team of journalists by firing them in the middle of the night while you were drunk because you wanted to sell a cookbook. I have all of the receipts. Wow. But honestly, you're not worth my damn time. We took a look at that cookbook. There is, in fact, a MAGA-themed Trump cookbook that the Quartering is now going to be releasing. It's one of his newest ventures. He's also got a MAGA-themed drink collection. So, you know, if you want to make drinks inspired by MAGA, I'm not entirely sure what that means. How much bleach Trump doesn't have to have inside of the drinks to mask the taste of vermouth, whatever
I don't
it is.
even drink, but all my friends do, and they tell me how much they love it.
It's going to be available. That shit. Whether or not that actually bankrupted the Quartering or his media empire.
My buddy Jeremy, Jeffrey, sure. Oops.
Is that considered woke? Did you woke yourself? Was it a self-woking? Oh, and it was a soft-haired Wheaten Terrier, and everyone said I was going to give him up. I rescued him from a facility, moron. Nice stories. Twist, though. They continued fighting. Wow. The next day, they're still going at each other. Sarah Fields now attacking a story that was published by one... Yes, that same Kiwi Farms, apparently.
Oh, great.
Kiwi Farms, because I guess Elon Musk has effectively turned what remains of Twitter into a Nazi app, have their own account, or maybe a representative account of the horrifying forum itself. But here it is. Kiwi Farms has a story about how the Quartering, unfortunately, is $300,000 in debt. I thought it was $80,000 because of the K-Cup thing. But no, it goes well beyond that.
No, it goes...
$300,000
No, it's because he's trying to build his studio, which is in a new house. Like
coffee as a side business, including $80,000 in unsecured personal credit for a K-Cup production system. He blames the lack of sales,
which is funny,
corporate sabotage.
Because again, he's one of those guys that was just like, son, he left his new house.
Left.
Although, again, he's not a leftist, so maybe, just maybe, it's like, okay, so he's just being a dick.
Now,
whereas, like, when you're a leftist, that's like, son, house, blah, blah, blah,
you don't know about
I'm just kind of like,
Quartering.
Shut up.
He spends the vast majority of his time bragging constantly about how much fucking money he's been printing due to his coffee company on the side, coffee brand coffee. He's been constantly doing that. Like every single time someone fights with him on Twitter, he's like, sorry, I'm making so much money now for my coffee.
I just kind of realized that while listening to stories about, the last guy and then this, that I have not put my link up there. So,
the company, I can't hear you over all the fat stacks that I'm trying to pile around me, lol, kick, loser.
You know what?
And they're like, okay, well, I'm sure there's a big market for right-wingers who want to drink your...
As much as I want to joke about this one, we are getting so close to hitting the goal here. So if you guys can contribute in any way, I really appreciate it. I'm going to link it in both sites. And, yeah.
Memeable coffee.
Thank you.
And enjoy hidden liberal tears. You get to lower your power levels when you drink coffee brand coffee, but everyone will know what you're truly about, kind of thing. But apparently the woke came after him.
Well, I had some bad news this weekend. Apparently I have to push back one of the portions of my mom's trip.
Again.
My mom's trip. Oh my God.
I don't know if anyone here has ever worked for a company or had a regular job or even tried to do a startup, but it's pretty laughable to try and claim that you have...
She's technically going on a trip, though.
A complete coffee roasting corporation, but the one thing that's standing in your way is a box printer. Because for some reason, the company that you were working with refuses to...
I'm going to be real with you guys, though. My biggest, nightmare is that I'm going to pull a freaking Big Lebowski and somehow, the wind's going to hit. As funny as that scene is, it is actually something that I do fear.
Cup boxes because of your politics. You do know that there's like 1,000 other places you could just be like, oh, okay, well, this company seems to be not willing to print my boxes. If only there was another way. How? I need my own $80,000 K-Cup printing machine, everyone, because the woke took away my ability to get boxes printed. From where?
$1,000?
I mean, I'm not
guess
even
it
saying
is a
just
special.
in America. If you wanted to internationally, there's literally thousands of companies that you could contact to print you fucking K-Cup boxes.
I mean, honestly, if he just contacted the ones that did Black Rifle, they would be more than happy to work with him. He wants his profit margin to not be cut into, which I'm already thinking that like coffee brand coffee
and K-Cups themselves. Either way, that's just
a few times that I've actually seen coffee brand coffee like sold anywhere. It is astronomically higher than anything else on the shelf. So why would you even bother?
It's wild to then turn to your fans and accuse a random company of which you admit you don't have proof. He admits in the video he doesn't have proof of this, but still goes forward and it's like, yeah, so I can't prove this, but apparently they may have looked at my YouTube, not liked what I had to say, so wokeness made me bankrupt, and yeah, and they've come for me before. So again, someone who used to work with the Quartering decided to call this out. I can tell
at least I have receipts, guys. I can show you where I got demonetized.
With my chest, from personal knowledge, that this is his own fault. He loves blaming his failures on other people. I mean, broken clock. Actually, I do. Maybe you need to research your boy a little closer. He never blamed his debt on the random lib, bro. He said numerous times he took the loan to expand his coffee business. Yeah, and he's a pathological liar. Damn, Milo said you make shit up. Guess he's right. I used to work for Jeremy. I know his character firsthand. Milo is the one who makes up shit, to the point he's worked his way to a defamation lawsuit I'm still building. That man called the father of my child a pedophile, knowing full well he wasn't, and then admitted to knowing and not caring. You might want to reevaluate who your heroes are. And, as always, you can file this all under let them fight. Let them fight. Yes, defamation lawsuits between the right on right violence, MAGA on MAGA violence. Hell fucking yeah. Battle each other. May the only winner be us. We get to just sit back and watch the fireworks.
I mean, it is fun. All right. What else we got? Man, I gotta take a break after, like, that Noah Samsen video and then that. Me and the old lady listen to Hang Your Hate every time we were driving. Killer vibe. Hell yeah, man. They are on my regular playlist as well. Dude, the newest song is really good. I didn't get any permissions from it, and I sent him an email that I'm I don't want to claim he never got back to, because that could be a total lie. Give me 1 second. Cause yeah, I'm so awesome at checking my email. Oh, of course. No, he did not email me, so okay, cool. But I didn't miss one. Get back to him after this. All right, what else we got? Ooh, the Diddy revelations. You know what? I kind of wanted to cover that. Oh, wait. Hold on. I said, you know, how long is this? Come on, really? Is it an hour long? Oh my god, it's an hour long. Okay. Alright. We're gonna do the Ezra Klein thing. I am not recording this one. Wait, actually, guys, you know me well enough at this point, I hope. Will I have reactions that are worth recording during this debate? Like, will I get angry enough to where I should definitely have this available for putting out into a later video? Or is this just one that's going to be fun for stream? Let me know. Still waiting for a Boston trip from them. I've only sent about 87 messages asking. Kirk next show is in Springfield, Missouri. One of these days, Jeff, I'll make my way down there. I got a friend who lives down there. That could work out. Maybe see a hockey game. It's actually the last time I was down in St. Louis. It's to go see a Blues Blackhawks game. It was fun. I always like going into enemy territory for some reason. The most fun I've ever had was going to Nashville, though. God, that was a lot of fun. Special case Hate Your Hate live on Pep Talks. Shit, I didn't think about that. I could, actually, yeah, I should. You know what? No. I'm gonna start doing more interviews. One of these days, I gotta get you on here, Kirk. I actually gotta do some journalism. I gotta like get some questions and not just do my natural curiosity, which could actually work against me. The few times that I have tried to do a script for this channel, I watch the playbacks and I end up just re-recording it, just, you know, kind of winging it, and yeah. All right, so we got because the universe is large at 53%. Ending the poll. 15 votes. Really? No shit. All right, I'm gonna start a new one. But banana though, here, trust me. Just bear with me. Because he... you know what? Nah, screw it. Actually, here we go. All right. Their new shirts have small print, all rights and copyrights reserved to the effing selves. Oh, nice. I'll have to get one of those. Actually, yeah. Hey, Jeff. I got I have a P.O. box. I will totally like buy one of those from. Do they have a website? If they have a website, just post that in the link. Like you can post that in the YouTube chat here. And then yeah, I would like to actually get one of those. Limited shirts are like. Those are coming to Pep Talks. I'm going to be doing a limited print of the first one, which is Make It Socialist. Here, can I debut the print yet? Okay, let my dog out. Wait, where the fuck did I put it? Hey, give me a second. I gotta let my dog out. In about 2 minutes, I gotta let her back up. Their new shirt has small print. Oh. Do they not have a website, Jeff? Here. Because if they don't, then I will have to give you my my P.O. box info. Which, by the way, guys, as I said, I do have a P.O. box. If you guys are interested in sending any fan art, any that type of stuff, I would appreciate it. We'll debut it, show it on stream, and then hang it on the wall. Okay. Ezra Klein. Oh, wait, I gotta let my dog in. You know what? Here. It's not gonna take me that long, so I'll just start this. No one answered me, though, whether I should record this or not. I know one of y'all's watching this. Screw it. We're gonna just go for it. I don't need to record this.
We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. It's a pleasure to welcome back, I guess. I mean, maybe it was years and years ago.
Been a minute.
Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist, host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, also co-author of the new book, Abundance. Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we should say just a little bit of backstory. You guys had reached out to us. Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high. So you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast, and mentioned that we hadn't responded. So we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glastis on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Oh, where I interned. Love Paul.
With a critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is
lurking while getting White Castle,
is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when
oh my God, are you going to Cherry Hill?
Democrats govern,
is that an actual location?
Are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left unable to produce more of the things we need? Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
in New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And to be, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but But I've listened to both.
They're exactly as good. All right, if you that just gives me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read there's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain.
In reality, the White Castle used for filming was not in Cherry Hill, and the actual filming was for White Castle scenes was in Toronto, Canada.
Things. And
that just made me really sad
and whatnot. But
no,
and I also think
you're telling me that there isn't a little cliff that I could hang glide to Cherry Hill, White Castle to.
The power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then
hours, man, I keep forgetting how good I have it. Mine is 4 minutes away.
Broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand
it's like
how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
Second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy.
Let me talk about power. Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shoykat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear do the power debate at some length.
You don't know if there's one within 5 and I would walk 500 miles.
About what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening.
15 miles?
So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
No, because you're also conflating the fact that most California, most of those areas in California that you're talking about are, mountainous or
I don't know if it's necessarily. I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money. And
so Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin.
Are you sure it's not just this guy, or it's just like, I'm so interested in the housing market?
In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review.
I just thought about this, like, realistically, like, 13-year-old me, the one that was like, talk radio is lame. Why would you listen to talk radio and politics? Ew, let's put some Limp Bizkit on and let's start this part.
So obviously, I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap and then it got very expensive.
Well, I guess it would be nice.
Then there was, and it was a function of.
Oh, dude, we just have to admit that song's a banger.
Costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has
there was no
money
change.
in a way that,
hold on.
There was no change in the building codes, for instance. Right. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities. But what the difference? Hold, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer. And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power. That in these procedural
Welcome to the city of Chicago.
questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we've created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners.
I wish he was wrong about this, but I hate to say it, guys. Chicago is actually kind of like a good example of this, and like the way that Mike Madigan and the Corpo Dems used it,
or in the way we
specifically to abuse it as their personal piggy bank and give a bunch of projects to just their crony buddies. It was
normally
some of the most corrupt bullshit you'll ever hear about
when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing.
And it's specifically it includes zone, like the way that they would not give zoning to even public projects like public schools. That's why CPS was getting so pissed at
it. Can be used by all sorts of players.
Wow.
And so I think that one of the places
reasons,
where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners.
Nah.
But that can also be real power wielded.
No, that's bullshit, because honestly, this is where being too into politics, you'll get up your own ass, whether you're left or right, and just not recognize that most people don't think that way.
In a problem.
No, most people hate politicians and think that they're just trying to get more tax monies from them. That's realistically what it is. Right. And I'm sure you could ask these people that live in Austin what they think, and they still think they're paying too much. They still think they're getting screwed.
Well, but you listed off three entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all three of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this. or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those three elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
Then I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish the thought, okay. and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California,
right?
Well,
let me address that.
Yeah,
I get that point there. And because, and I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you've just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day.
Who?
Which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
we don't agree that it's all money.
Okay.
Money is one mechanism of influence.
But I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, well, let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interests. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which Elon Musk, Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe.
I mean, let's be real.
Tim looks at it and says they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things: decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state.
What he's saying is not disagreeable. It's, I guess, the way he says it, I could see why people were turned off by him.
Failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now, they would say
self-identifying as a liberal in that context too is kind of like,
they
okay.
Don't fucking try. I would say fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like, people's brains turn off, because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this, but two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason.
Chat's still on, just had to clear it.
How do we make government deliver?
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But see, I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think becomes problematic where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself.
That's
all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either.
You could argue that there's too much, but like this is kind of like the Trump approach, where it's just like we don't like all these regulations, so just do away with them and start over. Like that doesn't work.
Moneyed interest, or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think,
because I understand where Ezra's coming from. Like I do understand what he like the. Public infrastructure one, like how we could, like, trust me, living in Chicago, there are ways that I could see this being applied that would definitely benefit us in that regard.
I think you've really oversimplified politics.
Just look up the blue line.
I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question.
It's not like it's a crime thing. It's literally like you might have cinder fall on you as you're walking off the damn thing.
But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that as we have to build.
Did you see the new reports that like there was ice buildup in Antarctica, and they were just like, checkmate libs.
Green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point, because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building.
When he's saying transmission lines, is he talking specifically like just electrical power, or is he also talking about like, fiber optic lines, like to run cable
lines? Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, New Dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find, when I dig into these things, that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there's the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from...
Yeah, but there's a big difference between, private equity and a public, and a union. What are you talking about?
I want to read it. The structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think
building enough. No, and I don't like that. We're not building enough housing in the places that are, I don't know, where people want to live. That's one of the main things. And I know, like, this is kind of like being a little reductive about it, but it's true. Like, this is the reason that people focus on California, on blue states, saying, well, you know, they don't have all this housing. It's almost like it's almost like there's a finite amount of space too, kind of like I was going to with Texas, where it's like when you have these open plains, it is a little bit easier for expansion. Just gonna say,
extracting out to money tied the state's hands. If money,
but again, this is why Southern Illinois, you don't see a lot of expansion into Southern Illinois, because guess what's not in Southern Illinois? Bueller.
Untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects.
I always liked that guy. He said Bueller.
All these fucking developers would do it.
I always thought he was calling for Beulah. I was wondering who Beulah was.
But it can't, because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
It was Matthew Broderick.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specific.
Okay, we all agree that Sloan was the real winner.
That are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generalities should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I am saying the
that
default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard.
So what is he actually saying? Like, is his solution just to deregulate? And then in 5-10 years, we're going to wonder, how come there's this big crisis where all these houses are falling apart? God,
to achieve our goals in the real world.
It's almost like we use subpar like building materials and like.
Say it again.
But we had to get that done fast.
It depends. You're not going to like that. But look, here's a version of the
well, but I'm trying to address the point because, for instance, okay, so let
me give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think, like, I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is, I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay, we have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter, they're not talking about, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying, like, in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop.
Somebody said that he was smug, but honestly, I think it's just his face.
A movement.
Well, I want to answer for myself here, not for Niscanen, right? So my
you were on that
smug,
Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, that's
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But Derek, I believe, I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from, but Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. The way I wrote, at least my parts of the book, to me, are extremely compatible.
Oh, damn. With a tornado touchdown about an hour north of me.
Virtually, and frankly, necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is, who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason that we can talk about, because it's not that the only problems in governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became very interested, having moved back to California in 2018, in why is this state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about
yeah, because once they get into power, then they see like how much they could make with the special. I mean, dude, the fact that most people think of like the Senate and like, you know, the larger politicians, but they don't think of like their county treasurer or any of that.
Collision of the New Deal left.
And this is the reason that they pull that shit. I mean, look at the your municipality and how hard it is to even get a permit for things,
which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era. But we could give, Robert Moses is a classic story of this. We can talk about, we really do despoil like environments and poison streams, and we, run highways through marginalized communities and all the things people know. And in response to that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Earlier in your argument, you would argue that that's a small sacrifice to make for high-speed rail.
Again, correctly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
New left arises. Ralph Nader, Rachel Carson, the entire environmental movement. And it passes all kinds of bills that are very, very, very effective and consequential in their day to restrain government's ability to act recklessly and to do things without considering and creating space for consideration of their impacts. So you have things like the National Environmental Policy Act and all these bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. And particularly building too little in the places where that new left was most powerful, California, New York, places like that. And so this is a confrontation with having created a very successful architecture to challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shitlib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great. I would like to see a lot more public housing too. The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money, but it's also the fact that you can sue to stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals into everything that public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing.
So this guy loves what Gavin Newsom was trying to do with getting rid of the regulations to rebuilding
2x per square
Palisades.
Foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest people so much harder, slower, and more costly to build? And like, is that in the long run good for our goals? I think it is important to confront
you could argue allocation is part of that.
I mean, in the place where people,
and the fact that like with these government buildings, they probably have to go through even more loopholes, and then on top of it, they have to play the game of, oh, is this even worth it? Let's go to committee.
People agree with us more than the places.
He is kind of ignoring like that,
where they don't. Is not getting the outcomes we both want to see.
Okay, now I can see where people are kind of having a problem with like his overall take, because like, again, it kind of sounds like he's almost just like, yeah, if we keep continuing with these leftist, like these super leftist policies, where they're damn near communist, where they're just asking for government handouts, it's just not going to work, guys, because it's just not enough money. Like,
and I don't know how much public housing is in Texas, or how much public housing is in Texas, or if we're
weird. It's almost like taxing the billionaires would fix a lot of this.
But and that seems to me to be a relevant question. But the notion of the everything bagel liberalism.
Whenever you get the chance to talk to him, just let.
This is the idea that like we have
let me know.
constraints on federal money that a certain amount of union workers, or there may be a certain amount of equity associated with it. And at one point in
contracting and procurement, or a million other things, right?
And,
you can pick
certainly,
like,
there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we could go through these bills and find things that are problematic if they are coming necessarily from. I have two. There's two issues. One is there was one point in the book where you talked about we have a choice whether we're going to put filters into apartments that are built, public housing built near highways, or the people are going to live under the highway. And it seems to me that there's got to be a third choice.
Yeah, there's a third choice there.
As opposed to we're going to poison people slowly, or we're going to keep them unhoused.
So I want to say specifically what you're talking about, that section. So I'm talking to Jasmine Tong, who's an affordable housing developer, does nonprofit affordable housing. And what she is saying is that compared to market rate housing, when she is building housing for homeless people, she is subject to environmental, green building standards, et cetera, that are so far beyond what market rate housing has to do that it often makes it impossible to finance the thing.
Yeah, it's stupid, and that should just be a quick. That literally should be a quick solve, as quick as going to the courts and being like, why this so hard when they can do this?
Entirely, and a lot of these projects, as we both know, fall apart.
I think that your answer will be that there's a bunch of Republicans, specifically in your favorite place, Texas, that, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, they purposely make it harder.
And I am saying there that it makes a lot of sense. You understand how people get
cities where capital is concentrated will always be more expensive. I hate people that can't see that
conversation.
I really don't understand people. Have they never been to a rural area in their lives? And it really is kind of like a privileged way of thinking
that we should have.
It's leave your suburb, Ezra, go to the fucking middle of America, and then tell me again how this is gonna work.
Better than average air filtration systems in affordable housing built near a freeway, but in a city where you are not
and
built.
Also, he doesn't understand how, as an advocate for affordable housing, he's the one kind of kneecapping the idea.
Enough affordable housing at all, because again, you have layered not just that, but a million of these onto every individual project. So again, it's costing much more per square foot than market rate housing. At some point, you have to
public
begin to choose.
housing is built near the highway. Why is that?
Say again?
Most public housing, some huge percentage of public housing is built near highways.
We're not even talking. Yes, that's all.
Old block.
Oh, I mean, listen, we're in agreement that that's all power. But when we are talking, I am saying that the we are not building enough affordable housing.
I know, but I'm
in
saying,
California.
why are we addressing that far downstream the issue when we're completely eliding the issue that is upstream from that,
We're
which
not completely eliding the issue. The whole fucking book, man, is about wrecking these zoning codes that allow rich people to keep it out of their areas.
Okay,
but if you can't build it in the first place because you can't make it affordable to build, which the people who build it will tell you.
Yeah, but that you're literally skipping one major point that is a roadblock to go and focus on the littler one where you're just like, well, if we deregulate, then maybe we could build a quicker housing and then make the rich people a little less,
I think that I've actually found this set of arguments I've had in this really productive.
Sparks up some fresh kush. Nice.
I don't disagree with you about power, but every time we talk about it specifically,
I'll be joining you in 23 minutes.
Yeah, that's a problem. But no, we actually have to solve the problem. If you want to make housing development by right, which I think you should do, so that rich communities can't stop it, and the affordable, I live on a block with public housing right now. I believe there should be public housing mixed in everywhere, but you can't build it if you cannot affordably build it. If you're gonna, in Chicago, the mayor of Chicago sent out this tweet, and he said, hey, look at all we're doing. We built 10,000 units of affordable housing for $11 billion. People are like, you did fucking what? Whatever it was, it came to $1.1 million per unit. If we're going to cost $1.1 million per unit when the government builds housing for poor people, we can't build it.
And if it's these units are not housing, 4 homeless people per unit.
Enough of it. It doesn't matter where you're building it.
or 5.
I mean, I think.
But then again, you're also disingenuous in the way you're framing it, because the way that you're framing this, you're making it sound like they're getting these luxury fucking condos. Trust me, I've seen this conflation with people in my city. Do you know how many times I've heard that where they're like, did you hear about Brandon Johnson building luxury condos for the homeless? Like, they literally believe that these places are nicer than where they live now, so they're doing that thing where they're just, it's the same thing that they were doing when it's like, oh, so if you're telling me minimum wage is $22, I'm just going to quit my job right now. I'm going to go work at McDonald's. I might as well. It's like, okay, then do it.
Even if I stipulate that it is exclusively zoning requirements or everything bagel liberalism that is creating the
Florida has built hundreds of thousands of new units, but it's just driven the housing prices up more because it's all luxury condos and McMansion suburbs for boomers.
The barrier
exactly.
to build.
Meanwhile, they're old, the boomers that had their condos that are, have been there for over 20, 30 years are now like, they have condos literally sinking into the ground so bad that they are uninhabitable.
Housing.
That's happening more and more.
We can look at the CHIPS Act, and that was also.
But yeah, I mean, look at how much housing, how many buildings in Chicago are unused because of, again, luxury condos.
So something that had.
Dude, we just built this giant skyscraper. It's supposed to rival the Willis Tower or Sears Tower. Oops.
Everything bagel.
That's as bad as putting ketchup on a hot dog.
Liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up.
But yeah, apparently that one's all luxury high rises, and when you hear how many units are in it, and then you hear how many units are unoccupied at one given time, you're just like, what the fuck are we doing?
It was quite effective.
But Ezra, let's give them more incentives, because according to guys like him, we just need to make it easier for the private equity firms to invest.
The timeline of things, definitely, of course.
Hold. They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot into this bill, but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act.
All right. Whoever made the smug comment, now I get it.
Review.
It's
Under the
off
theory,
now.
as the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. You can think that's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well, I think there are instances, and you talk about I-95, for instance, what Shapiro was able to do.
Pennsylvania.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood, and like we saw it in Worcester, and with generational impact. But I also think, as a political matter, it is extremely difficult, unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody, that there are circumstances that qualify as.
That's funny, Jeff. I had a bottle of salad dressing today where I took one bite. I was like,
an emergency or an urgency.
Looked at the bottle, 2022.
That
I was like, oh no.
Give you the political ability to do something like that.
I feel okay,
so, for instance, in the I-95
Everything's
thing,
kosher.
You cite that as an example of where this type of power,
on the salad,
sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff, is effective, and it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate
just completely randomly, guys, Hidden Valley has a new ranch called Hot Honey Ranch. Highly recommended.
Constituencies who would be for it versus against it within, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of an emergency, there was the political will to do that. there was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in. And on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism, maybe it's like it's not what you're talking about jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or whatever it is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside or, you know, the dough.
Well, you have to be very connected to what you're.
I just hate when they get doing everything bagel and they don't put enough onions on top. I do hate that.
Like, I guess I would turn this question on you because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000?
Wishbone spicy honey mustard. I approve of that.
Per unit.
Wishbone
Just
has some pretty good stuff. Ken's though. Ken's is my go-to. Ken's is still family owned, no conglomerates, and it's all family recipes, and it's like the most affordable.
We pay for that.
Next to Wishbone.
I would imagine not, depending on
so how
actually hot take, Wishbone original Italian is one of the better ones.
So what should we do then? Like what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? When you trigger government,
can you guys tell that I love me some dressing
money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds. Or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left, liberal, moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver.
We don't get high-speed rail done because we're not taxing the people that could pay for these infrastructure programs.
I don't want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing because homelessness is a fucking problem.
I will admit that I kind of see him on this one where like maybe we shouldn't be focusing on like, I don't know, like, oh my God, we built them so close to the highways where it's like other places, there's literally buildings all along the highways. We're not removing those. There's houses all along the highways. We're not removing those. I'm sure asthma rates will be higher there, but you know what? This is the thing where like he is making that point where it's like, you got to build the fucking houses. Otherwise, don't bitch about people being homeless.
And it is the worst problem for the people experiencing
we'll give
it,
them
not
that.
for me. So what is your theory
I mean, look,
of how you get this cost of construction down, the speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously
I'll agree with that.
localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of like in New York, how it could be cheaper.
Okay, let's do New York.
We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied without it being a cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands
okay,
so
great.
that they can maximize their profits.
Let's say we do all that, but we're talking here very specifically. The New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like there are studies on this. You can read them. You can go talk to developers. Like the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build
it's crazy to me how many people in my life they don't know like how to use salad dressing to marinate their stuff.
Like for almost $2 million, they do that here too.
It's like,
why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
I think property.
That's actually not fair. I was about to say. No, there's a good handful of like my friends that actually do know how to cook. We're one of those
so
rare
commodified
groups, but for the ones that don't, I do have to
such
ask,
a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll. That it creates.
With capitalism, there is no incentive for affordable homes to stay affordable. Exactly.
It's a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects that are past that point. Like I think that let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can. Let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They're like they are your enemy.
Hold on.
They
have their
cases,
agenda,
sure,
and we have ours.
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it, that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build. It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance.
Wait a minute, wasn't
have
Ed
to go
Burke,
into
like,
this thing and say,
indicted on some of
this
this
is not
shit?
working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
Well, is that a question of making the, well, first off,
federal
I think,
racketeering,
as
bribery,
a
and
political
extortion
matter,
charges.
making the corporations a villain
From an
is
alleged
going to be
position
far.
where he would to solicit and extort legal work and other benefits from companies and individuals with businesses before the city. The charges including seeking work from his private law firm and the company is involved in redevelopment projects and using his influence.
Far more, you can have a far broader support than making, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
That's fine, but
okay. But then I would
through
say
the actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just like, the whole book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago, has now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say that the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over commodified housing. I just don't, or that the Texas.
That's ignoring literally one of the largest problems with this. What are you talking about? Specifically in the areas you're talking about.
Better at building housing because they have somehow
what are you
decommodified.
Talking about? How big can these buildings get that you want that they're just going to keep, like Sam was saying, they're just going to keep raising the prices of the units there. This isn't going to fix the problem.
Housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space.
Oh my God.
They simply have
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like you go ride around where these fucking venture.
This is where I disagree with some like liberal takes on this, where not everything needs to be a mega city.
Capital firms, man, I promise you, you will not leave that dry.
The idea that we need to force everybody to live on top of each other, that's kind of dystopian as fuck.
You're saying there's no.
Just going to go out on a limb.
6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport there? Like how are these
we would if we could build it. That was part of what I.
Then we're gonna bitch about how we're not, like what about? Wait a minute. This actually does throw it like fly in the face of like the environmental arguments that we try to make. Like what
Federal is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rich.
You keep stacking people up like that, removing nature because you're gonna have to come like to actually build those cities. Oh, that's right though. That's right. We can't allow cars in the cities. That's right, because in the perfect utopian society, we cannot have vehicles.
Space is going to pay for that public transport and those buildings there.
I love how everybody has the answers, but nobody has the answers. It is a really weird like time to live in.
It was our tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I am
saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just haven't.
Well, we have plenty of space in the desert too. But the point is how are we going to? I'm talking about the places where you guys specifically make the point that New York City, San Francisco. These places are,
It's easier because there's already a Republican narrative that demonizes these cities for just this. And then he also has the narrative where, look, growth. growth in Texas, so much growth in Texas.
Where people should be living and creating. And from my perspective in New York, having, lived here more or less for 30 some odd years, 35 years, this place got...
He just did the math. He's just like, oh, that's right. I'm like 30 years younger than this guy.
A lot more expensive, not because there were constraints on zoning, not because there was equity. There hasn't been this place got more expensive.
I'm not again. I'm pro equity. I believe what I'm doing will create a whole lot more equity because you need to.
Oh, you're so full of crap. If that really.
No, in the book, if you've listened to it, I have a whole section critiquing Michael Bloomberg.
Oh my God, this is how the Nancy Pelosi's of the world were made.
For this whole concept that New York City should be a luxury good.
You'd be a good politician.
This is like a whole section of the book that it is a incredible mistake that a lot of Democrats made along the way to sort of get into this idea that cities are like a penthouse for the upper class.
Yes, and I would suggest. I mean, look, there was this just came out a report by the Fed, UCLA, that specifically addressed the question of whether it was housing constraints. California Federal Reserve researchers found that constrained housing supply is relatively unimportant in explaining the differences in rising house prices among U.S. cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't.
Let's
put it said higher income.
Why is that? Okay, I have this problem with everybody that gets told like a factoid where immediately, just to discount it, they're just like, there's counter information. I don't have to buy into that. I don't even have to entertain it. It's just like, and there's the problem with everybody. There's the problem. You have all the answers. Only you can fix it. And
growth predicts the same.
Meanwhile, we're probably going to all pass on, and none of these issues will be fixed, even in the way that Ezra Klein wants them to be.
I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Like I say, I'm not a housing expert.
On some basic level,
to contrast,
right? If you have enough, things follow supply and demand. If you have enough of something, if you have too much of something, the price of it is going to fall, right? To argue that higher incomes, and this again, I think in a weird way we would agree on this. Higher incomes are going to be a causal factor in restrictive zoning and building policies because people get higher incomes, they buy a house, that house becomes a major asset for them. And
then they get really racist.
It's all in the book. The way they can protect the value of that asset is by making it impossible for 100%. Other people to live in near them. They are creating their own scarcity. And so again, when I hear this book is not about power, to me, this book is all about power.
Well, but I still can't get an answer.
I'm glad to live in neighborhoods that don't have that mentality.
We're talking from a national perspective, right? I mean, across the country, this is going to be a message. You just visited the Senate caucus to talk about this. Derek was talking about there's a fight. It's happening right now. Our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. I mean, if this fight's going on and this is part of a movement, there's a lot of money behind it. I can't remember the organization, you probably know, just dropped $120 million citing the abundance movement. There's a lot of money behind this. What is I know that there are granular problems in each of these different cities, but do you think if there is a villain, and I imagine that there's, a good movement always needs a villain. What is the villain? Is it just we have overly restrictive zoning and
I think you and I probably actually disagree that good movements are built on clear villains. But let me try to give you a good answer to this question. We didn't think the intra-left argument was with you. Just to be really blunt about it, I thought the neo-Brandeisians, etc. Okay.
I don't know if I'm necessarily a neo-Brandeisian, but okay.
You may not be, but they've been very critical of it. We thought the intra-left argument had to do much more with a debate that is very live. Again, it's a sort of New Deal, New Left divide to us between is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to create this kind of plentitude of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book? Or is it more of a small is beautiful future? Is it more degrowth inflected? Is it more that we actually build too much already? Is it that there isn't enough meaning in things? In a weird way, Donald Trump has begun to really embody this other side when he comes out and he says, maybe the kids have too many dolls, right? You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5. So our view was not that the sort of fight that was live here.
Oh my God! So only the rich can be, impulsive.
Was with people who worry about corporate power.
That's really. God, this is just another way to police spending on the poor. Like that. He kind of.
If you come from the places I come from, or frankly that you live in now and I live in now,
it's kind of insane that he doesn't see that either.
Who show up at the planning meeting and don't want any affordable housing because they don't want it to change their housing values. Yeah, you see a lot of people using all sorts of tools of delay
that is
and
true,
all sorts of direction.
No, okay, for that one, again, true.
To stop things from happening. And to us, like I think one of the really profound fights is, do you think delay as a omnipresent tool of governance is a virtue, or do you think speed is more of a virtue? And if you think speed is a virtue, as I do, I think we should deliver government services much faster. Then what sort of moves are you willing to make that true?
I'm confused. You were surprised that your fight your fight was with the neo-Brandeisians. Who did you think? Did you think the fight was like you talk?
There's a big schism in the environmental movement and the environmental community between the side that thinks we need to build our way towards decarbonization and the side that is much more about worrying that when we build things, we're going to change environments. We're using things.
Rich folk can have shitloads of pencils.
It's like the California Environmental Quality Act, or the National Environmental.
They dug my pencil.
Policy Act to stop things.
My ability to have more pencils.
That might.
What would their movement? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
If you follow or report on any part of the decarbonization fight, you will find that the entire architecture of environmental policy we have is being mobilized against it in order to sue it out of existence, sometimes by moneyed interests. But there was a point in time when like a chapter of the Sunrise Movement, I think it was in Mass, signed on to a solar moratorium. There is a lot of conflict among people who see themselves as liberals committed to these goals, etc., on whether building is good or bad. I think that if you're looking very skeptically, but what do you think NIMBYs are?
Well, I think NIMBYs, for the most part, are wealthy people.
Great, that's a big part of the fight we thought we were about to have.
The Kennedys, stop the windmills.
So now you're making my argument for me. Come on, do it. Give it to me here.
No. But when I look at the common strain through those people and their ability to actually impact policy, I see money.
Okay, but so you look at one strain, and I probably have a broader set. So let me give you one.
Broader than that?
Let me give you one where we will disagree.
Wait, what is broader than that?
Because it's not just the Kennedys. It's not just the people.
No, I know it's not just the Kennedys, but I'm talking wherever those NIMBYs succeed. I am willing to bet that the relationship between how much money they have and the YIMBYs have, the NIMBYs far more often than not will have more money. I mean, this is like, I know the research on this. Like when these are contested, there's no doubt in my mind that we have regulations but it's to protect people's assets and people who have assets versus people who don't have assets. And so like that is I don't know how you generalize it more than that.
So I think on the NIMBY side, we largely agree, right? And so when I say that we thought there were different obvious sources of opposition, that was a big one. And again, as you know, there's a whole...
I drive past one of the giant windmill farms in Indiana.
Whole section of the book about how destructive it has been to turn housing into the central asset class.
Southern Illinois also has a
for the
really
middle
nice
to
windmill farm.
class, right? It's not true for the very wealthy, but that's a thing people know. But here's a place where we probably disagree. In California, where I'm more familiar with the politics, the California Environmental Quality Act, which I think most people agree has overgrown its initial design and is being used to do things like try to stop UC Berkeley from expanding dormitoriums because more students are environmental nuisance. One thing that really defends it is that there's a coalition of unions that use CEQA to sue development in order to get unrelated labor standards concessions. And to me, that is a misuse of power. I am pro stronger labor standards. I am not pro radically expanding how much you can delay every single project in order to get concessions that were not in the initial architecture or vision of that bill. So yes, there is power. The NIMBYs are power, and the NIMBYs are related to money, but power is also misused by groups I feel more allied with. And that's one utility of focusing on blue states for me.
We had a union problem in the context of Medicare for all in that fact. Yep. I mean, there's, I think you can find that all across a ton of different issues. And you'll have unions on different sides of the same issue because they're
carpenters and builder trades are very different in California.
But I think we both agree that the net value of a strong union movement is
a good debate.
Is a positive, and actually, like a lot of problems we have in terms of across the board are a function of the deunionization of the country. So there's no doubt, like we can find specific instances, and I sort of feel like that's, I think, part of what I have as a critique of the book. There are particular instances, but broadly speaking, when we're talking about coalitional politics, which is definitionally democratic politics, to move forward and to have power and to actually get things done, it seems to me you can't do it by diminishing the coalition.
So there we genuinely disagree.
Yes.
Like that is truly like I always want to be very honest about points of disagreement. There are places where I think we are actually aligned, and here I think Democrats have become way over coalitional, and I think it is a huge problem that we are not delivering.
Which parts of the coalition do you think should be jettisoned?
I don't ever talk about in terms of jettisoning, because I don't think that's how coalitions work. I think they just change issue to issue, but I do not think we should have such a level of proceduralism that forces this many giveaways to this many interests in every process. And again, to use an example where I think we would probably be more aligned.
Can you be specific about the interests? Are there interests that go across the board? I mean, that's what I keep trying to get at. Is that like everything is specific?
You keep trying. I think my virtue is specificity, and your critique of me is I'm overly specific. Mine of you is you're overly general.
I'm saying like you're specific about the granular instances, but you say we need to have less interests. And I want to know who those interests are that we need to have less of.
I want to have, let me go back to the Medicare example for a minute, because you brought that up and I think it's a good one. We passed Medicare, sent out those cards in a year. When the Biden administration did two things I think we both probably liked, which is prescription drug negotiations and limiting out-of-pocket lifetime caps, or having lifetime caps for out-of-pocket costs. It took them 3 to 4 years to move it through a regulatory process that we have expanded with things like notice and comment periods and more opportunities for judicial review that can be utilized by, in this case, pharmaceutical companies, but others as well, to kind of slow everything down and force a lot of concession.
Ugh.
I want to break that process and make it much more under agency discretion, what they do, and make it harder to challenge. In that case, that's going to hurt pharmaceutical companies, right? So I think that you and I would like it. In the California housing case, I want to make housing construction much closer to by right? I want you to have the right to build the housing you want to build, assuming it conforms to basic standards. This is what we've done in California for ADUs. It worked really, really well. A lot of people will be mad about that. NIMBYs, certain unions, etc. I would like to make it easier to build modular housing. Again, Different people will be mad at that. I don't have one answer for you.
That
I'm
one I
trying to
agree
screw
with.
over because I'm not trying to screw anybody over. What I'm trying to do is focus liberal governance on the outcomes it is promising people and get people to confront why we are failing to deliver them. If you end up with a different answer than me, that's great. But that should be a very granular confrontation with why high-speed rail didn't happen, why the Second Avenue subway is so fucking expensive, why we're not building enough housing. I don't believe you can do this in generalities in the way that I think a lot of people want to. I think that it requires a lot of confrontation with the individual failures we see and then trying to figure out, okay, do things rhyme across these failures? Is there a level of government that should have the authority that currently does it? That kind of thing.
All right. Now, I've held you really long, and so I want to, but let me just.
Yeah.
So what is then the political, like.
The energy Ezra had during this interview seemed like I must educate this wayward lefty.
What do we organize around as a political
you know what? Not a little
movement?
bit. Yeah.
If it is in
really
these various instances, people are going to get situationally.
Yeah, Sam is so naive. Yeah.
Marginalized in the process, right? I mean, or however gently you want to say. Your interests here, we're going to ignore in these specific cases.
Shit.
What is the political message that's going to resonate and get these different factions of the Democratic Party on board with this as a broad message?
I think every national politician who succeeds tends to be reformist and highly critical of the era of their party that came right before them. Bill Clinton was very critical of the Democratic Party preceding him, sort of New Democrat, etc. Barack Obama was extremely critical of both the way money acted in politics prior to him. You might disagree about his actual administration, and then the Iraq War. Donald Trump was extremely critical of the pre-Donald Trump Republican Party. I think being honest with people that you have noticed the same failures on your side that they have is a very potent politics. Now, I am not a politician. I don't have to win elections. I have a freedom to say things that I think are true, that maybe Pete Buttigieg and Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer and whoever don't. So I don't necessarily come here telling you I know how to win elections. I don't think you should believe me or really anybody else who doesn't routinely win elections if they tell you that. But the idea that pointing out, yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, things are moving too slow. Yeah, you don't feel the government is spending your money well. I thought it was incredibly telling that when the New York Times polled this just a couple weeks ago, what you found when you polled people, like, is government inefficient? Plus 18. Is Doge a good idea? Plus 6. Is Doge doing a good job? Minus some significant number. Is Elon Musk doing a good job? Like minus 18 or 20. People believe, often correctly, that government doesn't deliver for them, that it's not spending their money well, that they're not getting what they want out of it. And I think going to them in the first order and saying, yeah, I am going to be relentlessly focused on making sure the roads I promised to fix for you actually get fucking fixed this time. We are actually going to build. We learned something about California high-speed rail.
Yeah, you know what ends up happening? We end up doing like a repeal on the gas tax that paid for that. Like that happened here.
And the next time we do one of these big projects.
And then when it got reinstated, now everybody's freaking the fuck out.
Here's what we learned and here's how we are going to make it work. Look, I could be wrong. I think it's a potent politics.
Which of the three Democratic presidencies that we've lived under would you rate the highest in terms of your policy set, in terms of accomplishing it?
Obama, but there's things you need to learn from that one too.
And that's a function of the ACA?
A function of the ACA, I mean, I think they got a lot done that was very valuable, but I will always say that part of my thinking goes back to that era, because you go back to the 2009 stimulus bill, and what does it promise? Whether it's big headline projects that are going to be the reinvestment side, it's high-speed rail, it's a national set of interoperable health records, and it's a national smart grid, and we are 0 for 3.
I would also argue they screwed up on the housing crisis immensely, and under Obama, we lost, 1,000 statewide the Democrats, which is why I think we had such a poor bench over in the following 10 years. Some comptroller loses their job because of the wave. I'm not convinced that we didn't get Trump as a function of Obama.
I am.
I think a full debate between us on Obama should wait for another day.
That would be a different day. But Ezra, I really appreciate you taking the time, and we will link to Abundance and, of course, your podcast, huge podcast, and the New York Times is also a well-known newspaper.
I've heard of it. Yeah, a strong Northeast regional. Thank you, Sam. I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks, Ezra. All right, folks.
All right, folks, indeed. All right, so what are we gonna do here? All right, so I got some food upstairs, but I'm not quite ready to wrap up. Let's see. Here. We got this video. I hate to do this, but I will be right back. I gotta grab some food.
How the Houthis defeated Donald Trump in the United States military. Man, is that interesting. So we'll talk about that. We also have just horror story updates coming out of Gaza. The IDF murdered a 12-year-old witness to their massacre of paramedics. I mean, again, I'm just every time we talk about Gaza, it's like we're living in hell. It's like there's a nightmare happening on a daily basis, and nobody's doing anything to stop it. So just terrifying stuff there. Then we'll get to the Supreme Court is seemingly waking up to Trump's fascist threat. But are they all the way there yet? That's really the conversation I have. We have Trump massively expanding his ICE Gestapo stormtroopers. MAGA is now all in on destroying healthcare for millions of low-income Americans. We have Texas with an absolutely ludicrous piece of legislation which effectively bans being trans. And then later on, the Trump-loving Rogan comedy bro, Tony Hinchcliffe, got humiliated when he went to do a podcast with Bill Maher. So that one's fun. All right, without any further ado, we'll jump into it in just a second. You know the drill. Everybody please subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. Go subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel where we're dropping Kyle and Corin episodes every week. Haven't missed a week since. We're trying to get him to 100,000 subscribers. And sign up below on Substack for Crystal Kyle and friends. We got HASAN Piker coming on this week to talk about how DHS was prodding him and questioning him about his politics before letting him back into the country where he is a citizen. So that should be a really interesting conversation as well. And again, thank you for everybody who supports the show on Patreon. Could not do it without you. That link's below if you'd like to give $2 a month or $5 a month or a tip with that thanks button on YouTube. Remember, there's real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser before. I've never done an ad read before. I'm very proud of that fact. You guys keep this show going. All right, here we go, y'all. So there was this New York Times piece that came out which exposed what went on with Trump bombing Yemen and bombing the Houthis and their reaction and what ultimately ended up happening. So the title here is Why Trump Suddenly Declared Victory Over the Houthi Militia. The militant group in Yemen was still firing at ships and shooting down drones while U.S. forces were burning through munitions. So here, let's go through some of the highlights here. Trump ordered a status report after the first month of engagements where they were bombing Yemen every day, by the way, every day, which concluded that the U.S. had failed to achieve air superiority over Yemen, that drones were shot down at an unprecedented rate, and that the U.S. had burned through $1 billion in the first month alone. So stop and think about that. Yemen is one of the poorest countries, if not the poorest country on earth. The Houthis, they control a portion of Yemen. They don't control all of Yemen. Originally, the government of Yemen was run by a Saudi ally. The Houthis are basically like a Shia militia that took over parts of the country. So they're like a pseudo government, I guess you can say. And the United States of America, the world's superpower, failed to establish air superiority over the Houthis. Bro, that is truly incredible. Omani officials had relayed to Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff that Trump could be offered an off-ramp on the condition that he entered into direct negotiations with Ansar Allah. That's the Houthis, by the way. Negotiations that would not and did not include Israel. Trump agreed to it. CENTCOM commander Michael Kurilla had proposed an 8 to 10 month campaign which would focus on knocking out Yemeni air defenses and go after leading Ansar Allah figures in a bombing campaign modeled after Israeli strikes on Hezbollah leadership. Saudi Arabia had secretly backed General Kurilla's plan by providing targeting data on senior Ansar leadership. While the UAE was more reluctant to engage forcefully, Kurilla's plan was given a month but yielded no apparent result. F-16s and F-35s were nearly shot down. U.S. planes, fighter jets, were nearly shot down by Yemen's Houthis. Trump's Yemen campaign blew through precision munitions at an unprecedented scale, leading to rising concerns among Pentagon contingency planners. CENTCOM in a report admitted that their strikes had only had limited effect and that the Ansar Allah could easily reconstitute. Pete Hegseth, defense secretary, in a video call with Saudi and Emirati officials, discussed a way forward for the campaign that could boost its effectiveness, including a proposed ground offensive by Yemeni proxy forces, but the parties in the video call were unable to reach a consensus. So, to sum it up, Yemen's Houthis, this ragtag militia that controls part of Yemen, they almost shot down an F-35 fighter jet. It cost $1 billion for just 30 days of the bombing campaign. It used so many precision munitions that the Pentagon contingency planners started to freak out and think, we're running out of the weapons. And CENTCOM said their metric of success was, yeah, we dropped bombs, bro. There were some bombs dropped and stuff, bro. So what ended up happening? Well, Mac, good politic guy, who, by the way, highly recommend you go subscribe to his YouTube channel and go follow him on Twitter. He's awesome. He sums it up here for us. Ready? So Trump bombs Yemen, trying to force the Houthis to stop the Red Sea Israel blockade. That's why we were bombing them. Hey, you're blocking goods from getting into Israel because Israel's committing a genocide. Well, we're on the side of the Israeli genocide, so you better stop it, Houthis. The Houthis responded by attacking U.S. ships, nearly shooting down fighter jets, shooting down a bunch of drones, U.S. drones effectively, watching the U.S. blow through $1 billion in a month, failing to meet their goals. So then Trump goes, okay, never mind, please stop. And the Houthis say, sure, we'll talk to you, we'll negotiate with you, but we're not going to stop blockading Israel. We'll stop shooting at you if you stop shooting at us, but we're not going to stop blockading the ships going into Israel. And then Trump comes out and declares victory. It was very obvious what the Houthis were doing from day one. They were very clear, very open about what their goals were.
Really?
They were saying Israel's committing a genocide. Nobody's helping the Palestinians.
It's confusing. Oh, no.
We are going to try to enforce the law, basically, and do a blockade of Israel so they can't keep massacring innocent Palestinians. So they blocked goods from going into Israel. That was their goal. By the way, when we had a ceasefire, what happened? Yemen stopped seizing the ships. The Houthis stopped seizing ships. So when there was peace, they were like, okay, I told you this was our goal. For right now, we have a ceasefire. We're not going to do it anymore, right? So Trump jumps in to protect Israel, bombs, by the way, a bunch of innocent people, I should be clear, in Yemen, right? But then the Houthis fight back so aggressively and are so successful in knocking out U.S. drones and making the U.S. blow through their munitions with nothing to show for it, that basically the Houthis won. The Houthis beat Trump. The Houthis defeated the U.S. military. And so Trump was like, yeah, I'll negotiate with you one-on-one. And they said, we'll stop attacking you. You stop attacking us, but we're still going to attack in the sense that we're going to block ships from going to Israel. And Trump was like, okay, sounds good. Well, that's what the fucking status quo was before you started bombing, you dipshit. like, is it just like the last person in the room that says something to Trump? He's like, great idea. I think we'll do that. So you have some like deep state military industrial complex Israeli bought goon comes into the office. Sir, we have to bomb the Houthis. The Houthis are terrorists. And he's like, great idea. I think we should do that. Then the Houthis kick his ass. And he's like, actually, we won. I'm going to declare victory even though they beat us. But it's okay. We don't need to shoot them. They don't need to shoot us. This went really well, I must say. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? It's so crazy. It really shows you that, like, and it's happened in Vietnam too, right? Like, guerrilla warfare, if you're in it for the long haul, like, you could win. They have all the odds stacked against them. The Houthis do. And here they were, knocking U.S. drones out of the sky, nearly shooting down fighter jets, watching the U.S. blow through their munitions at a historic pace to the extent that the Pentagon was freaking out, like, we're going to run out of this shit. Wow, man. Wow.
crash course
it's really
in
incredible.
Vietnam.
It's really
in real
he
time.
never should have done the bombing campaign in the first place, right? But I point this out all the time. But Trump on the campaign trail, half the time he would attack Kamala Harris and call her a warmonger. He attacked Liz Cheney, who endorsed Kamala, and called her a warmonger. All she wants to do is shoot people. That's all she wants to do. And then there was Trump, just whatever, a month into his administration, and he was bragging, showing videos of him bombing innocent people in Yemen. Bragged about bombing Somalia too. So war is bad when the Democrats do it. War is great when I do it, or like it somehow doesn't count as war even though it is a war. And then now you declare victory when you lost. That's the thing, right? The Houthis won. They won. You lost. It's really incredible. It really is incredible. And look, I think the ultimate point here is, and people really need to wrap their minds around this, in a world where international law was being upheld, it wouldn't have to be Yemen's Houthis blocking goods from getting into Israel. It would be the UN. The UN would be doing that and saying, yeah, we're going to block the goods. We're going to embargo you economically until you stop mass murdering children. That's called enforcing the law. And then you would arrest Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the Israeli commanders, all these people who are doing the genocide. In a world that made sense, that's what would happen. But no, it's this ragtag group of Houthis in Yemen who are the only people who are trying to do anything to stop what Israel's doing. It's really incredible. It's really incredible. But ultimately, look, I'm glad that Trump didn't keep bombing Yemen month after month after month. Forget the money, because the money's not even the real point here. But like, keep killing innocent people, keep acting as Israel's henchmen, keep defending the genocide by attacking the Houthis. It's kind of funny that, like, I'm sure the Israel lobby is actually sort of pissed off that Trump stopped bombing Yemen.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And declared victory after, like, I got the Houthis to stop. And it's like, all they stopped was bombing you. If you stop bombing them, they said we're still going to go after Israel, and Trump was cool with it. So that $100 million he got from Miriam Adelson, it bought a lot of stuff, but it didn't buy everything they want. Because in this instance, they're probably like, what the fuck? Keep bombing. Like, why are you not bombing anymore? So, wow. Really classic, like, incompetent Trump moment, idiotic Trump moment, and hilarious Trump moment that here he is declaring victory when clearly the Houthis won. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
All right, let's go.
I know how this world works after working in the industry. I know how this world works after working in the industry. I converted my business to combat human trafficking. His views skewed when it comes to sexual activity. I believe it's helped turn him into a sexual deviant. I've had FBI come to my house before and tell me they found a threat against my life. Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. This is a dangerous game people are playing, and some people deserve retribution.
You clearly feel that Sean Combs made people disappear.
I can't get over the court drawings, man.
I know this situation is dangerous. I've had several attempts on my life throughout my career.
Other people say that Diddy was a Fed himself, that he was on their payroll. Do you think that's a possibility?
If there's smoke, there's fire, Pierce. I've very rarely seen any straight dudes in this industry, man. All bisexual weirdos. I don't want to be the only straight man at the party.
And what would you like to happen to him?
I'll say this.
The opening days of Diddy's trial in Manhattan have been gripping, lurid, shocking, and revelatory. It's everything we should have expected from a federal case against a mogul and megastar who stands accused of sex trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy. My next guest has been watching these week's proceedings with a particular and personal interest. Big Homie CC is a celebrity bodyguard and security entrepreneur, and he joins me now. Big Homie, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Hello, Pierce. How are you today?
Yeah, good, thank you. We're 2 days into this case against Diddy. What is your gut feeling about what's going to happen here?
Well, my gut feeling on what's going to take place is, well, we're going to see a lot of strange things take place due to the fact that I know how this world works. After working in the industry, I converted my business to combat human trafficking. Last year, my team brought home 17 people. 4 children, 1 boy. And whenever these trials come about, the closer you get to the trial date, a lot of things start happening to remove people from the case that are going to strengthen the case for the prosecution. And I feel like we're watching that take place now. with one of the male sex worker guys who provided tapes to the feds. He's disappeared. And this is similar to what happened in the Tory Lanez case, where the bodyguard whose DNA was on the weapon, he disappeared. So I expect to see a lot of strange things take place. I expect to see the defense team do a lot of steps to lighten the image of Combs. And we've been watching that take place.
From what you know about him, Sean Combs, obviously the perception of him has changed dramatically since these allegations were made and since he got charged. I mean, from everything we're seeing now, he seems a very unpleasant, nasty, violent piece of work. Is that a correct assessment?
The assessment is going to be correct. So what I've learned is whenever you see a gentleman like this from affluence and power, whenever they have an addiction to MDMA or the drug ecstasy, they call it the love drug. So he's been doing this drug for over 20 years. So that's going to lead his view skewed when it comes to sexual activity. I believe it's helped turn him into a sexual deviant. And, you know, what type of man wants to see another man urinate in his wife's mouth? I feel like it's evil. I think his behavior is egregious. And, you know, I have a history of using very heinous acts on people like this who participate in this type of lascivious acts.
As we're talking, Cassie Ventura, who was his longtime girlfriend, is one of the two people who the feds have brought this case with. She says that Combs would bash on my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me. Asked how often, she replied, too frequently. She says she didn't want to participate in the freak-offs, as he called them, but she did so because she loved him very much and wanted to make him happy. She told the jury she was scared of what he would do if she said no. Physical violence from Combs, she said, was always on the back of her mind. He wanted to control every aspect of her life, from how she looked to her work. And when he couldn't reach her immediately, he and his employees would call her incessantly or come and find her in person. So she's building a picture of a violent control freak. Is that a picture that you recognize of what you know about this?
Right. So definitely, these are traits that I recognize. In the field that I work in, whenever we get a call for a retrieval and a family is concerned about a loved one, those same characteristics that this woman listed is the same things that streetwalkers will list about their boyfriend, which is actually their pimp and panderer. That's why I have an affinity for people who are survivors of this type of nonsense and oppression. And this sounds familiar. You know, along this path, I've been poisoned 3 times. My toxicology report showed cyanide. And, you know, cyanide metabolizes into pneumonia in your body. So I've had pneumonia on 3 occasions. You know, and these problems didn't start for me until I started to speak out about people like this. You know, it's been a hard time to line up this interview because the last time I was scheduled to be in this interview, randomly, our car gets hit from the side by a blacked out vehicle. No license plate. That's happened 3 times this month so far.
Really?
Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. Yeah, somebody didn't want me to do this interview. You know, I'm somebody where I've had FBI come to my house before and tell me they found a threat against my life. So, you know, I'm well versed in this world. But, you know, I got round-the-clock security. One of them was sitting right here with me right now. This is a dangerous game people are playing. And it's a good feeling for me to see the justice system prevail, and some people deserve retribution.
You clearly feel that Sean Combs, over the years, has...
This is actually really crazy. Yeah.
made people disappear.
I know.
Right. Well, Pierce, let me ask you a question. From your journalistic perspective,
I'll be right back.
have you ever noticed how in this industry, people untimely meet their demise as soon as somebody else seems like they're having a problem? Have you ever seen that before?
Well, there was, of course, the case of one of his other ex-girlfriends, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia at a very young age. You've just referenced your own situation with pneumonia that you believe was deliberate poisoning. Do you believe that may be what happened to her?
Why are so many people coming down with pneumonia? Why is that happening to everybody? What is that about? Where have you ever seen this many cases of pneumonia associated with one situation? So, you know.
There were rumors.
I'm not saying.
Well, I was going to mention on this that there have been rumors circulating online that Diddy may have poisoned Jamie Foxx, which caused his 2023 hospitalization. In his Netflix show, he compared Combs to the devil in revealing his near-death experience after a brain bleed and stroke. He said, I say this all the time. I saw the tunnel. I didn't see the light. It was hot in that tunnel. I thought, shit, have I gone to the wrong place? I looked up at the end of the tunnel and I thought I saw the devil saying, come on. Or was that Puffy? I'm effing around, but if that was Puffy at a flaming bottle of Johnson, and no, I'm just kidding, I think that you have taken that to be a not too oblique reference to the fact that he's suggesting he may too have been poisoned.
Jamie Foxx said out of his mouth that his partner handed him an Advil, and after he took that Advil, he woke up 22 days later. That's what he said out of his mouth. I feel like us as a species, I feel like human skepticism has become a virus, because if we don't trust the words of our peers, where are we as a species? You know, eyewitness testimony and circumstantial evidence is enough to get a person a life sentence in any court on the earth. Why is it that when people are whistleblowing and putting their life and livelihood on the line, they receive so much scrutiny? I don't think that's by chance.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS make the next move, not the IRS. I mean, why would Diddy want to poison Jamie Foxx?
If you know that you have, well, just to give some insight to people watching, when you come under federal investigation, they send you a target letter. You know, you get informed that you're being investigated. So if you wanted to tie up loose ends and you were concerned that people that you knew could incriminate you, you may have interest in eliminating them. We've seen this all throughout history.
I mean, this sounds kind of mafioso stuff, but I sense that you're talking from a lot of experience here, that you genuinely believe this is a highly dangerous situation involving a highly dangerous man with very dangerous people acting on his behalf, potentially.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely speaking from experience. This is definitely a highly dangerous situation because this guy was the middleman. He was the party guy. He was the person who lined up the parties and festivities for a lot of guys a lot more wealthy and affluent than him. So, you know, I'm a person who believes that the Epstein's list is very similar to Diddy's list. I'm a believer in that. And, you know, whenever it comes to protecting women and children, I'm going to be fierce. Big ups to my sponsor, Stallion Gear, for putting up funds to help us go out and help people. You know, I want to salute Michael Franzese because he's probably the only famous person who donated to our campaign for protecting women and children, going down to the orphanages and passing out toys and gifts. Because at the end of the day, us as men, we must learn to police ourselves in our own community, because if not, these type of activities will continue to run rampant. I know this situation is dangerous. I've had several attempts on my life throughout my career. And, you know, where there's one dangerous guy, there's a group.
You referenced earlier, I have a history of heinous acts against people who behave like that. What did you mean by that?
Well, there's a lawsuit that I'm listed in where allegedly I quipped Combs about his sexual deviant activity, and I protected the plaintiff and pointed a firearm at Mr. Combs. That's what the paperwork says. They don't have their facts right, but, you know, I have a reputation for, you know, maintaining a proper balance.
What was he doing, Combs, at the time?
Yeah, so that's all alleged. So, you know, they don't really got they don't have the facts correct with that situation. There's some sort of conspiracy going on because the same law firm that has brought this case, they tried to file this same case last year. They finally got it amended this year, and this same law firm was trying to pay me $5 grand to come talk on an interview. I turned it down, and then they filed this paperwork. You know, I firmly believe that this lawsuit was filed by people off his side to try to discredit me, other witnesses, and to try to get this current case that he's on thrown out. That's how deep this goes, because the law firm who brought this asinine case, nobody can seem to track them down. How can they have this case amended? Who has the finances to file this type of lawsuit? You know, I got to pay Ed Zappia 15 grand to represent me in a case like this while this trial is going on. Something weird is happening.
But just to be clear, was there an incident where you witnessed somebody who was being abused or about to be abused or had been abused by Diddy, by Sean Combs, and you intervened and warned him to stop?
Definitely.
And what can you tell me about that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's an open case, so like I can't really expound too much on that. But I've had several calls about this guy. You know, I've had several calls about his son. You know, people reaching under ladies' dresses, fondling them without asking for permission. You know, where did he learn this behavior from? Where would he learn that from? You know, legendary Dapper Dan said he grew up, he knew Combs' parents, and he said what's going on with Combs didn't start with him, it started with his family. The same things that I see when I'm battling trafficking cases. The most common enablers of this activity are close relatives, families, and friends.
Yeah. There are lots of rumors, as you know, swirling about Diddy and have been accelerated by what's happened to him. One of them is that he had something to do with Tupac Shakur's murder. Do you believe that?
Well, you know, when it comes to situations like that, you got to look at the list of facts. There's a guy by Dwayne Keith Davis who's currently in a Las Vegas detention center, and you know, he swears up and down that Combs promised him a payment to unalive the rapper, and the rapper became unalived. And you know, FBI say Eric Von Zip intercepted the payment and kept it for himself. Like this, the paper trail wouldn't exist. If there's smoke, there's fire, Pierce.
Other people say that Diddy was a Fed himself, that he was on their payroll. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, you know, that's definitely a possibility, but oftentimes in my culture, being an African-American male, sometimes we can believe that we're bigger than the program. And the moment he decided to sue the liquor company Diageo, that's when all of the onset of these problems started. You know, when you offend a list of board of directors and all of them are richer than you can get the short end of the stick. And that's what we're watching happen here.
Big Homie, we've all heard a lot about these freak-offs. Most people I've talked to say, well, there were layers of parties that Diddy would throw. There was the public one with all the glamour and all the celebrities and stuff, and then there'd be various layers ending up in the freak-off area, and that would go on sometimes for days and was extremely depraved, involved a lot of drugs, a lot of very kinky, depraved sex and so on. What can you tell me about the freak-offs? For those who don't know anything about this world, what was it about the freak-offs that is so fascinating to people, do you think?
What people have to understand is swinger parties exist. And that's exactly the lifestyle that this gentleman lives. He's a swinger. And swingers hang with other swingers. That's what it is. Like the term freak off has become sensationalized by media, but what the true nature and name for this event is going to be called a swinger party, Pierce. And that's what takes place. You people, partners sharing their partner, indulging in sexual acts. You know, as long as things are consensual, you know, what people do is their business. But if I'm getting a call because somebody's applying oppression on other people, that's when things become a problem. And, you know, I had sent in a video of the guy, Combs, walking around, collecting everyone's cell phone before they get onto a yacht to go party. Why do you have to collect everyone's cell phone before you go onto a party? He's collecting the phones himself. That's what I meant by there's layers to the party.
There are a lot of people in Hollywood just going like, well, if that's a problem, including Pierce himself, where he's just like, well.
You know, the first part of the event is going to be a normal socializing
yeah, it's
mixer.
right there. He's just like, wow, that's just like a normal thing.
But, you know, when the guy comes out collecting phones, that's when things are about to get.
Well, I was driving around town with a girl I love, and P. Diddy was like, I wanna fuck you.
Get in touch. This is how it goes. It's a zest apocalypse right now, man. We got to do something about this.
Is there any doubt that he was bisexual? Did he? That seems to be clear from a lot of the evidence that's come out.
Yeah. All of these guys are when it comes to that. Like, I've very rarely seen any straight dudes in this industry, man. That's why I pivoted my business. Like, it's like, you know, I don't want to be the only straight man at the party. So, you know, I got to change it up. All of these dudes are, man.
But
all of them are.
And the freak offs,
all bisexual weirdos.
Right, you're painting a picture of these freak offs as being consensual largely, although the issue of the phones is obviously significant and will be tested, I'm sure, in court. But you're also suggesting that it was everyone sort of sharing partners. But isn't the key part of the Diddy case predicated on the fact that he may have been trafficking, in other words, bringing in a lot of sex workers to take part in these as well? And that he, for example, with Cassie Ventura, was, you know, they were having, you know, male sex workers, female sex workers, and so on. In other words, it may have been consensual, but it also involved people who were not, you know, with each other, but actual sex workers joining in.
Yeah. So, you know, whenever you see the little guys, the white dudes come in with the spiky hair, looking like vampires, yeah, you know, the sex workers is arriving. And at the end of the day, is it consensual if you're promising?
Oh my God. Yeah, man.
People.
You see them kids with the spiky hair, the vampires that come. Little did they know that I got my cousin Blade.
A career path.
I gave him a little call.
And a lifestyle in glitz and glamour. And you're saying, look, we're all doing it. Come join us. You party with us, then I can get you a record deal.
I'm Blade's cousin Butterknife.
I can get you this. That's what's going on to certain people. You know, everybody isn't being financially compensated. And that's where lies the problem.
Big Homie, you've referenced the fact that several times we tried to do this interview and stuff happened to you that was very concerning. Car with blacked out windows and so on.
I took care of them freaky gay vampires.
Engaging with your vehicle and so on. Now that you've given this interview and you've gone public again and made it very clear what you think of Sean Diddy Combs, do you fear about reprisals?
No, I don't fear anything like that. I'm very, very good at what I do, and I'm trained in everything dangerous. I knew what I signed up for.
I know karate. I know taekwondo. I know jacundo.
I'm very well aware of the risk. You know,
I box.
I'm gonna go back into hiding after this. Of course.
I do Pilates.
Of course, but at the same time.
That one's a little bit hard, but I do it. I know how to wrestle.
I
practice sumo wrestling in Japan.
The man, you know, I'm here to fulfill my duty.
John Wick trained me in my weapons.
God sent me to do a job, and I intend to get that job accomplished.
Gordon Ramsay taught me how to cook.
Do you think Diddy would want you dead?
As I said, I got my cousin Blade. I ain't got nothing to worry about that. Him and his freaky gay vampires.
Probably be in his best
Jesus,
interest.
dude. I'm sorry. This guy became a character in my book.
Good luck with that, though. I've been proven to be hard to kill, though. Shout out.
This is why I wear the cross, because them freaky gay vampires. You know what they do with crosses.
Yeah, shout out to the guys.
Just finally, Big Homie, there's a lot of speculation about what he may have kept on tape. And I think you've talked about the fact a lot of these guys like to keep trophies, memorabilia, you know, sort of
absolutely
souvenirs of their depravity, if you like. Just tell me about that briefly. I mean, was that part of the modus operandi for the freak offs and everything?
Yeah, Sylvie, well, if that's the case and you're only a few pages in, imagine how, like, this is going to be a little more difficult for them to pass than I think. Because the second that constituents are like, wait a minute, they want to do what with the debt ceiling?
Yeah, so what I'll say is throughout my career path, we may end up with a pedophile's phone. And in that phone, you'll see a list of trophies. And when it was announced that he had CCTV film cameras in the house, and when the Homeland Security did the initial raid, they didn't inform the raiding officers whose home they were raiding because they had information that
had to be wild when they got there. They're just like, motherfucker, this is a P.
Might have been protected. And, you know.
Oh, dude, you know, at least one of them had to just go like, okay.
Part of Epstein's thing was to get people in precarious situations, and then you have this footage that you can use against them to be able to have your way with champions of industry and able to control policy. He does the same thing. So, you know, if you want to be able to seal a big deal and there's a guy you know likes to party, it's easy to set that up. You know, you send a guy a screenshot like, yeah, man, you had such a good time with those 2 underage girls yesterday, man. You remember this video right here? That person is going to have some incentive to help you out in what you need them to do. It's the same. We've seen this over and over.
What do you think is going to happen to him? And what do you want to happen to him?
I actually think he may get off. I think he might get off. I've seen stranger things take place. They offered him a plea deal of 15 years. He turned it down. That's that. At first, they were saying life. Then it went to 15 years. I wouldn't be shocked if he got off.
And what would you like to happen to him?
What I'd like to happen to him, you know, I'm not going to say on air. I'll say it to you off camera, but I'll say this. I wish the worst, and I have extreme disdain for any man who wants to traffic another person, because that is just slavery all over again. And I don't believe any one person should have dominion over another human being.
Big Homie CC, thank you very much indeed for doing the interview on Uncensored. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only...
Honestly, Sylvie, if the American people accept it, then I'm kind of wish that there was a way where it's like, oh, I don't know, we could protect ourselves from their stupidity, or have a party that actually would, or, you know, have people in my, like, that's where, like, my governor, like Pritzker, could really do some damage to, you know, these idiots, but whatever. We shall see. Because I'll just say, I'm kind of done saving everybody in this goddamn country when they don't want to save themselves. Like, I want to save the people that want to be saved and, like, that actually want help. That's kind of my thing. Oh, wow. Will Ethan Klein sue?
We're ending at 50-50. Look at that. What? $86.47. That's fun. James Comey's 86.47 post is being taken seriously. Oh, shut up. Really? Such bullshit. Meanwhile, Trump literally threatens his enemies, like, openly, and they're just like, yeah, yeah, more. Here, we'll do it for you. All right, guys. Fun video time, and then I gotta go. I gotta prep for tomorrow.
Okay. That was trying to take away the blackness of a person.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Do you identify as black?
My God. Oh.
I gotta play that shit back. Hold on. We gotta bring it back.
Oh my God.
We gotta bring it. Listen, somebody sent me this, and I need.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hold on, I gotta play back. Let me play back.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Shout out to playback.
Oh my God.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Do you identify as black?
I'm assuming this guy's Republican, right? I don't know. Give some context to the video, please.
Help me, Jesus. Jesus.
Listen, you're talking to me. No matter how whitewashed you think this man is, no matter how whitewashed you think this man is, oh my God. I'm looking at his face, his gray hair, his demeanor. This motherfucker comes from an era where you were black or not. There's no identification of Nagwan, you hear? There was no such thing. Boop, pop out the belly of your mommy, you're black or white. It's black, it's white. Yeah. That's what it was.
Oh my God, he actually looks like he was part of that video.
Classic.
Yes.
I swear to God, there's a guy that looks just like him, and he does like the.
This one is in Africa. It's only black. It's black. It's black.
It's like this young broad's gonna come up to me with your privilege that you have, with your lighter skin tone that you have. There's a lot of depth and there's a lot of layers. All right, but whatever. That's why I understood the laugh where the laugh is from. I don't know what the situation here, but that's what I can read. All right, I'm done. You can proceed to give the people what they need.
Rob, I wouldn't even expect a schizophrenic homeless person to ask me this question. Do you know how fucking unhinged you have to sound?
I have to say, the question that I asked at the beginning of stream, why mango, made more sense than this.
To shock even Clayton Bigsby? It is a sickness and it is deviance.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Okay.
When I walked into the room,
I am not done with my question.
Yo. This is why people don't listen to fucking like the hardcore activists in the room. When they pull shit like that.
But you asked the question!
Yeah, like hold on. I don't care who the fuck, like, who's on what side. That is no way to fucking do that. Jesus.
Hey.
Oh, my God.
That is what you call triggered.
Oh, my God. Okay. Okay.
And now this is just fun to watch him freak out.
That's what it's gonna be. Okay. Okay. That's what we choose to do today. Oh, okay.
You good?
I'm super good. Let's go.
I'm super good.
I'm good.
Because she interrupted him. How do you feel?
No.
She asked him a question. She interrupted. How you feel? Tell us the truth. How you feel in there? Tell us. Tell us. We all want to know.
This what we doing today. We try to interrupt motherfuckers when we ask a question. Is that what we trying to do today, huh? You asked the question, huh? Is that you asked the question, and then I try to answer to the question that you asked, because you asked it, motherfucker, huh? And then you interrupt me into saying that you were not done. Is you mad?
Or is you crazy?
Boy.
I think it's both of them.
BOFFUM?
BOFFUM, both of them.
Both.
Talk that shit. What happened?
Whew, I gotta speak to my ancestors and call my spirits. This gonna be a tough one. This is
dude, watch it. This looks like a shit.
Nigga, this gonna be a tough one.
Dude,
this gonna be a tough one. Non, celle-là, m'a te dire, mon chum, oh fuck. Right, you know, woo! Okay.
I love how he has to have
Okay.
I really suspect that I deserve a raise for triggering preach.
Okay.
If you guys enjoy these triggering moments, let me know if I deserve a raise.
You should shut the fuck up and play the video, bruv. You proud of yourself, innit?
Yo.
God damn. This one's gonna be a rough one.
If I'm being serious, go up to an old black man.
At this point.
I'm just being honest. To go up to an old black man with gray hair and ask him, do you identify as black? Like, the levels of fucking unhinged and disconnected you have to be from reality to say some shit like that is crazy.
This woman acts like a TikTok debater.
Even your own parents will be like, should I not raise you better than this?
There you go.
Who raised you? Oh shit, it's me. How did we fuck this up?
There you go. Two black men talking down on a black woman again.
No. My mom don't even speak English. She saw this clip. She slapped the shit out of me. I'm Minhong.
Well deserved.
Naziga. Bam.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
That is crazy.
That
is crazy. Now, as far as her feeling some type of way and being hyper emotionally angry, that I could understand if she feels like his policies are so oppressive and gonna hurt people and marginalize people that she needs to go at him aggressive. I can understand that, and I'll grant you that space. Asking him, do you identify as black? That's crazy. It's so absurd. But from her perspective, she probably thinks she's being compassionate, because she's been taught and indoctrinated in this whole idea that she's supposed to ask everyone, what do you identify as? But for people who've had to live with the reality,
that was not the point of her question.
What you mean?
That was not a point of her question. She was not asking to ask. She was asking to prove a point that what you're saying, you're not even black.
Yeah,
if it was compassion, when it's compassionate, I'm supposed to listen to your fucking answer. Okay, that was not a compassionate thing where she was like, "What? So what do you find? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure." That was not that. Are you even black? Is the undertone of a Shiminashaya, a Shiminashanda? What the fuck she was saying? That's what it was. Okay. That was not. That was a jab. That was trying to hurt a person. Okay. That was trying to take away the blackness of a person. That was trying to weaponize the fact that you're doing your policies, and if you're doing those policies, you must not be black. There was zero compassion in what it was and what it is. None. Hey. Stop.
Hey, I didn't even see it from that perspective.
I'm gonna tell you like that.
I ain't mad at you. Now that you say it like that, it does sound more plausible.
Because it's
not gonna lie. Once you laid it out like that, I was like, this is triggered.
No.
But he's right.
No.
Just because he's triggered don't mean he can't be right.
There was zero compassion in this shit. That was not the point of that.
Yeah.
Are you black? Because if you were really black, you would understand me right there. That's what it was.
That's a crazy question.
It's funny how motherfuckers always. It's funny how the
So
most
mad.
SJW motherfuckers, especially from the black community, talking about community. We have to be. You have to not. We have to not. They're the first one to separate you. Oh, you're not black. They're gonna dictate how the you should act as a black person. What music you should listen to as a black person. Who the you should date as a black person, or else you're not black. We're a unity, but you're out of there because you're not thinking like me. It's funny how it's always those same motherfuckers. When you call them out, you're like, how dare you? How dare you talk? Say the most outlandish and stupid shit. And they go out and say the most outlandish shit and call you all type of name. Traitor. The minute you call them out, oh my God, how can you speak like that on a black one? Shut the f up. Shut up. It's always you motherfuckers that do that. Always the most black, but you're the ones that shit on us. The first one, the minute we don't agree with you, you're like, oh my God, you must not be. Shut the up.
Anything else you want to get off?
I'm good. Sure? That's gonna be good internet, I guess. But yeah, no, I'm good. But that's what it is, though.
I don't disagree.
That's what it is. It's always
I
those
think I was
ones.
just completely off camera. I was like,
That
I'm
in
uncomfortable.
my life, it's fucked up that in my life,
I don't like it
the
when he
motherfuckers
shouts.
the people that bully me the most, more than white people, is black women. The people that call me and get more is black women. Yeah, then there's black men, but you women, the minute you don't want them, oh, you must be a. The minute, the fucking minute, and then they say they're pro-black. Oh, you have to respect women. Man, shut the up. Shut the up. And then you're gonna go up to a black man, an old black man that did whatever he dealt with, whatever the he dealt with. She can't even comprehend. Just to have the audacity and the privilege to walk up
I
to
don't
a
even know
mother
what
in the
clip we're
microphone and be like,
watching.
are you even black? Bitch, if you don't get the fuck out of my face.
Damn.
Out of my face. Talking about I'm pro-black. Nah, B. Oh my God, preacher's triggered. Fuck yeah, I am. That shit right there, yeah, it will get to me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Congratulations.
I'm not even gonna lie, we can't even get to the policy issues because that question is a whole thing to unpack. And yeah, if you're a young person watching this, don't be asking that question like that. Especially the people who probably don't buy into the kind of stuff that you do, because it can be very insulting.
It's f***ed up how the woke thing, like, I was woke for 6 months. I was like, yeah, shit, this whole moment. And then I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? God damn. Like, if you're black, fucking, you gotta go see a shrink. Okay, you went through too much trauma to not go see a shrink, and then you're out there with your problems and shit. Like, everybody said go see a shrink. I'm seeing one. But all those shit, we need to. And then after that, don't fucking bestow that onto other people. Fuck.
All right, well, I think we started off on a...
Jesus fucking shit.
Dude, he was evil on that one. But he was just like, I know exactly how he's going to react to this. Let's go. Jay, you do have to, you gotta love that. Alright. Fucking A. Alright, we got through everything today. Sweet. Alrighty. I'm going to... not yet. Give me 1 second. Oh, what that? Right, I got an update here. So, breaking. MAGA Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett shreds Donald Trump's Solicitor General for blatantly disrespecting liberal Justice Elena Kagan during a hearing. Trump supporters are furious about this one. Sir, are you really going to answer Justice Kagan by saying there's no way to do this expeditiously? Or no, Expediously. Ah, I got it right. Barrett interjected to Solicitor General Dean John Sauer when he gave a wholly inadequate answer to Kagan. You resisted Justice Kagan when she said, could the individual plaintiffs form a class? Where a class appropriate for class certification, you can see that it could resolve the question quickly. Yes, absolutely, it could. Fuck this. It's like an entire quote. What'd she say? The justice is absolutely correct. If we could allow Trump to seize this kind of power, he will transform the country into an authoritarian hellscape. Even if even Amy Coney Barrett, a woman appointed by Trump himself, can see that, then the other justices can too. Okay. That seems like some, I don't know. So she roasted him, but will she actually, like, follow through? I'll follow through. Because I want to say principles, but their principles dictate that they hold to the conservative line. Oh, man. What time? All right, guys. I will be back on at 4 tomorrow. All right, and yeah, that is it. I am tired. I'm going to call the stream. So, hope you all have a great evening. I appreciate you all sticking around. Hit that like button on your way out. I really, excuse me, I really appreciate it. Also, sub to the channel if you haven't already. Don't know why you wouldn't. Follow over on Twitch, and yeah, other than that, guys, it is time for me to go to bed. So, I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.